Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Just give everybody a couple seconds to trickle in. I think we've just opened the meeting. Justin, can you let me know when the attendance number has kind of stabilized and it seems like everyone who was in the waiting room has been able to hop in?
Sure, will do. It's still climbing at this point. Okay, it looks stable.
All right, thanks, Justin. All right, let's get started. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, and thank you for joining us on this Monday morning for the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety's public workshop on draft 2023 to 2025 wildfire mitigation plan guidelines. I'm Nathan Poon, an analyst in Energy Safety's Electric Safety Policy Division, and I'll get us started with a few housekeeping items. Let's first get started with a brief safety message. As this is a virtual meeting and everybody is participating remotely, please be aware of your surroundings and know the evacuation route out of your location. If you are alone in your space, please make sure someone is aware of your location in the event of an emergency. If you feel something, say something. The chat function is disabled for this meeting, but if you need immediate assistance, please use the Q&A function, which we will be monitoring throughout. And finally, this workshop is an all-day event and requires us to sit in front of a computer. Be mindful to stand up and move around throughout the day and use the breaks as opportunities to step away from your screen. Looking forward to the agenda for today. After this housekeeping and introduction, we'll have 3 content sections. We'll start the morning discussing the 2023 to 2025 technical guidelines. And then in the afternoon, we'll cover the maturity model and maturity survey and finish the day with the 2023 to 2025 process and evaluation guidelines. We'll conclude this afternoon at 4:30. We'll try our best to stay on schedule, but depending on the level of interest for each segment, we may reallocate time as appropriate. We look forward to hearing everybody's comments during the segments, and a large majority of the time will be dedicated to public questions and comments. To ensure that we have an orderly discussion, please raise your hand on Zoom and wait to be called on and unmuted. If you're not speaking, please be sure to keep yourself on mute. When you're speaking, please first identify yourself and the organization you represent, if applicable, before you speak. Comments and questions can also be entered into the Q&A window at any time, and as appropriate for the discussion, the Q&A comments may be read out loud. All comments, both verbal and from the chat or the Q&A, will be recorded and evaluated for consideration. On that note, please be aware that today's workshop is being recorded and will be posted to Energy Safety's website. To get us started, I'd like to introduce Lucy Morgans, Program Manager of Energy Safety's Electric Safety Policy Division, for some opening remarks.
Thanks very much, Nathan. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. So good morning, everyone, and thanks very much for joining us today. So at today's workshop, Energy Safety will be presenting the draft 2023 to 2025 Wildfire Mitigation Plan guidelines and component documents. So these include the draft 2023 to 2025 technical guidelines, the draft maturity model and survey, and the draft 2023 to 2025 process and evaluation guidelines. And then finally, also the draft independent transmission operator supplement. The WMP submission schedule will also be discussed today. The goal of this workshop is to receive input from stakeholders and the general public on these documents. As Nathan mentioned, we'll be spending the majority of our time today taking questions and responding to comments. Thank you to all who pre-submitted questions last week. We also welcome any new questions, comments or follow-ups today. In addition to the comments and discussions heard during today's workshop, Energy Safety is also accepting written comments. The comment deadline for each of the published documents is established in their respective cover letters. October the 26th is the comment deadline for the primary documents. So that's the technical guidelines, the maturity model, and the process and evaluation guidelines. Energy Safety will take all comments into consideration to prepare the final version of these documents, which will be presented at a public adoption meeting later this year. Thank you again for joining us. I very much look forward to hearing your comments and discussion. I'll now turn over to Colin Lang, who'll be leading today's discussion on the first segment, which is the technical guidelines. Colin, over to you.
Great, thanks, Lucy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Colin Lang, Senior Environmental Scientist for Energy Safety. I will go off camera for the moment and present my screen. Please bear with me one moment. Are we seeing the correct view?
It looks like the other view.
Oh, change screens on me. How's that look?
Much better.
Okay, great. This morning, I will be giving you an overview of the technical guidelines, as well as a brief overview of the independent transmission operator supplement. This is for reference for later, but these are the chapters of the technical guidelines. We will go over each of these in detail. Please note that Appendix C is the maturity model. We will not be going over that during this discussion, and that will be saved for this afternoon. The guideline starts with introductory chapters. These are the introduction to the guidelines, which includes our authority at Energy Safety to produce these guidelines, as well as the purpose and scope of those guidelines. That's followed by general instructions. These are how-tos, FAQs, expectations. That includes things on how to respond to narratives, what happens if a utility has non-existent plans for a specific mitigation that is noted in the guidelines, how electrical corporations should respond to quantitative and tabulated responses, as well as how to cite relevant regulations, codes, and standards. Chapter 1 through 4 starts with the executive summary, Chapter 1, where the electrical corporations will provide a summary of the previous WMP cycle 2020 to 2022, which includes areas of success, areas for improvement, and any major lessons learned. And then there will be an outlook for the 2023 to 2025 WMP cycle, including very broad overview of the mitigation initiative plans for 3 years and 10 years. Chapter 2, responsible persons, and Chapter 3, statutory requirements checklists are extremely similar to what has been seen in previous guidelines, and these are required by statute. Chapter 4 is the overview of the WMP, sort of an introductory section to what is to come, and includes things like risk reduction objectives. For example, the electrical corporation will reduce ignitions by X%. We move into Chapter 5, which is an overview of the service territory. Many of these are statements of facts, including how many square miles the service territory is, the number of customers the electrical corporation serves, and the number of overhead circuit miles. There are also more details about specific to the electrical infrastructure, including number of substations, poles, microgrids, etc. There is also a section for environmental settings, including a basic overview of the service territory's fire ecology, which includes vegetative cover, the utility-related fire history in the service territory, HFT, the high fire threat district, a brief overview of how climate change may affect the service territory, and the topography of the service territory. The overview of the service territory continues with community values at risk, in which the electrical corporations will identify the communities at risk, including access and functional needs customers, social vulnerability and exposure to wildfire risk, and subdivisions with limited egress or no secondary egress. The electrical corporations will also identify the assets at risk, including buildings and structures, as well as critical facilities. We then move into Chapter 6, risk methodology and assessment. Risk methodology and assessment was under wildfire mitigations in the past. It has been pulled out and put into its own section. In this section, the utilities first identify the risk components. Those are those boxes in yellow at the bottom, and include things like wildfire spread likelihood, wildfire exposure potential, and PSPS vulnerability. The utilities are then required to calculate those risk components, and those are in green: ignition likelihood, PSPS likelihood, etc. These calculations, how the utility performs these calculations is up to the utility, but they will have to report on how those calculations are done in the appendix. And then the utility is required to put those, is to run their models through certain risk scenarios, which is discussed on the next slide. These risk scenarios include design basis scenarios, which includes wind loading, baseline, very high, extreme, and worst case. Each of these are defined in the guidelines, as well as vegetation scenarios, which include the existing fuel load and short and long-term forecasts for the fuel load. The extreme event scenarios are defined by the utility and can include things like black swan weather, acts of terrorism, climate change impacts, etc. We then move into Chapter 7, the wildfire mitigation strategy. This is a discussion of how the electrical corporation chooses which mitigations to implement. There will also be a series of maps to show where these mitigations are being deployed and at what level. There's also included in this section is an anticipated risk reduction for each mitigation. And so the utilities will be able to calculate the risk reduction. I believe it's on a circuit level in this case. And also for mitigations that might take longer to implement, such as undergrounding, there is a place for the electrical corporations to discuss their interim mitigation strategies. We then move into Section 8, which is the wildfire mitigations. Section 1 is grid design, operations, and maintenance. This section combines several sections from previous guidelines, including system hardening, asset inspections, and grid operations, which includes protective equipment and device settings, which is what we call things like fast trip or fast curve. Chapter 2 is vegetation management inspections, followed by situational awareness and forecasting, emergency preparedness, and community outreach and engagement. In each of those sections I just mentioned, there are objectives, which we consider non-quantitative, and targets, which are quantitative. Each objective has both 3-year and 10-year objectives. There are targets for the end of 2023, 2024, and 2025. And there are we also ask for mid-year targets for the end of Q2 and the end of Q3 for 2023 and 2024. And those mid-year targets are only for asset inspections, vegetation inspections, and community outreach related to PSPS. We find that these particular mitigations are time sensitive within the year, so we would like to know the mid-year targets for each of those. New for this year, for asset and vegetation inspections, utilities are no longer limited to just detailed patrol and other, as they have in previous years. Utilities are now able to define their own programs and explain each in a separate section. Asset and vegetation also asks for open work orders, including what the process is for eliminating any backlog of work orders that have been opened. Vegetation management includes a new initiative that we have dubbed FireWise Right-of-Way. And this is a chance for electrical corporations to describe how they are making right-of-ways more fire resilient using vegetation management. The data governance section in previous guidelines has been eliminated, but it has been separated, but it has been included in each individual mitigation category where appropriate. So now we ask for asset management enterprise systems and asset and vegetation management enterprise systems. So they are parsed out into each mitigation category. The same is true for workforce planning. I think in previous guidelines, it was up in section 4, kind of hidden away from the mitigation categories, and it is now included in each mitigation category. Emergency preparedness now includes more of a focus on collaborations with government agencies, as opposed to community outreach engagement, which focuses on collaboration with non-governmental organizations and the public. For Chapter 9, Public Safety Power Shutoff, there are no significant changes to this section, so I am not going to discuss it here, but I am happy to answer. We are happy to answer questions about it in the forthcoming Q&A. Chapter 10 is lessons learned. This includes lessons learned from internal monitoring and evaluation processes, as well as collaboration with other electrical corporations, and also any feedback from energy safety or other authority bodies, perhaps CAL FIRE or the U.S. Forest Service, etc. Chapter 11 is the corrective action program. This section mostly deals with processes, so it's how the utility addresses the recurrence of risk events. Maybe that's tree falls, maybe that's balloons, etc. How the utility addresses findings from wildfire investigations, what process it goes through, findings from Energy Safety's Compliance Assurance Division, like audits, and any continued areas for improvement identified by the policy division at Energy Safety. Chapter 12 is a list of open and closed notices of violation and defect per Energy Safety's Compliance Assurance Division. We will now move to a brief overview of the Independent Transmission Operator Supplement. These are selected examples from that document. It is not a complete overview. In section 5, overview of the service territory, Energy Safety acknowledges that independent transmission operators do not have service territories. And so there are many instances in the guidelines where we ask about the service territory. And those instances have been modified to ask the ITOs to explain the fire ecology adjacent to their assets, or the communities at risk adjacent to their assets. And in the case of asking about customers, the independent transmission operators do not have customers, so they have been exempted from that requirement. For risk methodology and assessment, we have determined that the ITOs are not required to follow the methodology laid out in section 6, but they still must describe their own methodology to determine risk. And then there are some examples where the requirements of the guidelines don't quite make sense for independent transmission operators, but are still required by statute. For instance, public safety power shutoffs. The independent transmission operators do not have public safety power shutoff protocols necessarily, but there are pieces of the public utility code that do require reporting on them nonetheless. That concludes my presentation on the guidelines. We will move into Q&A in just a moment. We did receive questions from the utilities before last Wednesday. And so my plan is to go through those questions one by one, answering as many as we can. And we will also take follow-up. I will pause briefly after answering each question to allow for any follow-up. There are some I'm going to try to answer as many questions as possible. We really appreciate the utilities submitting their questions in advance. It gave us a lot to think about. And frankly, some of the questions we are unable to answer at this time and require more insight from us and more conversations in order to give you the best answer. But to start, I will answer some general questions that we've kind of grouped into categories. There were many questions regarding differing data sets and assumptions and methods for risk modeling. And generally speaking, it is not Energy Safety's intention to require the electrical corporations to make significant changes to their risk model prior to the submission of their base 2023 to 2025 WMP. There were also several questions regarding missing components of modeling, independent review and validation. And we are going to look into those matters individually and consider providing guidance prior to the issuing of the final guidelines. There are also questions regarding doing something different or a different methodology than is required in the draft guidelines. And we will also consider including additional guidance on alternative methods, data, documentation, processes, etc. We would really appreciate any specific language changes you might have in your written comments. There were also questions about missing items, things the utilities don't do or haven't done yet, and you should refer to the general instructions about the non-existent plans for mitigation initiatives for more guidance. So before I go to more specific questions, I will open up the floor for any clarifying questions or comments about what I have just said. Please use the raise hand feature, and Justin will unmute you.
Gary, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
This is Gary Chen from Southern California Edison. Thanks for having this. Super helpful. Just to follow up on a question, answer that you gave, you said that it was not OEIS's intention for any risk modeling changes for any of the IOUs to make, or any of the utilities to make risk modeling changes in 2023. So for some of those risk modeling changes, are you then expecting them to be implemented over time, or?
That is something we are going to discuss more internally.
Okay. And would those, if they are going to be implemented over time, would that be like kind of socialized through the risk workshops to make sure that everyone's on the same page as to what they mean? Are these changes advisable, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we will. We do intend on using the risk modeling working group in order to guide any sort of changes to that framework that is laid out in the draft guidelines. But ideally, the electrical corporations do come in and have a very similar framework as laid out in the guidelines. The idea is to get there eventually, but we do understand that between now and the submission, that might not be possible.
Got it. So then for this submission, this upcoming submission, is there, I guess we're still waiting to see the templates, but is there expectation we would just describe what we're doing today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel, I do see your, just so you know, I do see your question and the question and answer, and I will kick that down the line. We're going to go section by section.
Scott, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, one of the things that we've struggled with, and thanks for hosting this, by the way, this is Scott Strunfo with PG&E, subject matter expert on meteorology and situational awareness items. One of the things that we struggle with in general is just the length of the WMP. We've got some very good feedback from interveners and others around, just the volume of our wildfire mitigation plan being, I think 1,000 pages this year. I do know that there's some language in the guidelines to, think about brevity, but I'm not seeing, that much in terms of, a concentrated effort in making the WMP more streamlined. It seems it may be trending the opposite way, but maybe I'm misinterpreting kind of that element of it. Do you have any idea of whether or not this will increase the size of our respective WMPs from each utility, or attempt to shrink them? Because we have gotten that feedback in the past. Thank you for entertaining this question.
Absolutely, Scott. Frankly, we don't know how long these will be. Our intention was to particularly streamline the main body of the WMP, so that's chapters 1 through 12. I will tell you, we've had internal discussions about the requirements of Appendix B and what is necessary to evaluate, what supplemental information is necessary to evaluate the WMPs. So we are very conscious of the length of the WMPs. I mean, you all have to write them, we have to read them. They are extremely long. And the last thing we want is an overload of information. So that being said, if you do have suggestions for what to cut, what shouldn't be required, please include that in your comments, in your written comments. Okay, there are no more questions regarding kind of the brief overview I just gave. I'm going to move into more specific questions asked by the utilities. First question I have is from the SMJUs. Has energy safety evaluated where it can provide simplified reporting requirements or streamlined inputs to avoid increased reporting for SMJUs? Differences in WMP reporting requirements, breadth, and depth of wildfire mitigation strategies and WMP evaluation criteria for large IOUs, SMJUs, and ITOs should be substantiated by risk-informed methodology. This was a recommendation from the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board to create different guidelines for the SMJUs and the ITOs. And we did evaluate that recommendation. And we concluded that the level of risk that needs to be managed across the SMJU service territory does not currently support a separate set of guidelines for the SMJUs, but it did for the ITOs. There were several questions about mapping requirements. This one was from Southern California Edison, where geospatial data overlaps with data provided in the quarterly reports. Can utilities just refer to those geospatial layers and include a non-confidential representative map in the WMP? The intent of the draft guidelines is that the electrical corporation should include non-confidential and representative maps in the main body of the WMP. In the final guidelines, we will attempt to clarify that point. In a similar way, San Diego Gas and Electric asks if energy safety would consider reducing the number of maps required and or the amount of data required by each maps, clarify requirements about the maps, and clarify which ones are in the main body and which ones are required in Appendix B. And again, we will attempt to clarify these points in the final guidelines. The next question is from the SMJUs. Can energy safety provide more clarity as to what specific text, language, tables, and figures are to be directly inputted into the utilities WMP from energy safety guidelines? Generally, all of the tables and figures are examples. And we will review the guidelines and consider clarifying which tables and figures requires the utilities to fill and generate. Generally, it's the content of the table are examples, but the column headers are required. The SMJU specifically asked about figure 4.1 and table 4.2. And these specific tables are not meant to be modified. However, the utilities may add additional components and descriptions as needed. I want everyone to know that I am keeping an eye on the Q&A and will respond to those questions in the proper section.
There's a hand raised.
Oh, sure. Happy to move to
Kyle?
hand raised.
Kyle, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks, Colin. Kyle Addis from Southern California Edison. Thanks for these clarifying items, Colin. One follow-up to a question around the geospatial maps.
Yes.
Where we do have the geospatial layers provided in the quarterly reports, will the final guidelines provide guidance to whether we also need to provide those within the WMP submission itself?
Yes, they will. Generally, any data where there's like overlap between the data guidelines and the WMP guidelines, the mapping, the intent is that the mapping requirement was like a representative map that was put in the main body, particularly for those who aren't able to use GIS data.
Got it.
But we will consider clarifying those points in the final guidelines.
Great, thank you.
Okay, this question pertains to section 4, the overview of the WMP, and it comes from Pacific Gas and Electric. Is there a difference between outcome-based objectives described in section 4.2 and performance metrics in various initiatives in section 8? If so, what is the difference? There is no difference. Table 4-1 should read performance metrics instead of outcome-based objectives. The difference is that section 4 has overarching performance metrics, while the ones in section 8 are specific to the mitigation category. But that was a good question. That was an error on our part. We'll move to section 5, overview of the service territory. This question comes from SCE. In section 5.1, can we use customer meter data to make the geospatial customer heat map? Yes, meter data is acceptable in this instance. In section from PG&E, in section 5.4.3.1, the electrical corporations are required to provide a narrative of distribution of people at risk of wildfire across the service territory. How should this be interpreted? The intent of the draft guidelines is for electrical corporations to provide a narrative description of people at risk across the service territory. This would be primarily focused on high fire threat district or high fire risk area locations, since these have been identified as being high risk. By definition, there should not be people at high risk, at high wildfire risk that are not either in the high fire threat district or the high fire risk area regions. And energy safety will consider clarifying this point in the final guidelines. The next question comes from SCE, and is what access and functional need mapping data is needed? For example, does SCE provide AFN per meter per household, etc.? The intent of the AFN mapping requirement in the draft guidelines is to communicate geospatially the distribution of AFN individuals. And generally, the corporation should use AFN per meter. So it's a binary. It's like, is there an AFN individual at this meter? Yes or no. The next question comes from the SMJUs. In section 5.4.3.5, which is subdivisions with limited egress or no secondary egress, are the guidelines requesting a narrative on each subdivision with limited egress or no secondary egress. The utility should provide a brief narrative and a map for this data, but the utility does not have to describe each subdivision individually. The narrative is meant to be an overview of the data. Next question comes from SCE. Figure 5-7 includes requirements to project changes in average fuel moisture and indicate the increase in extreme fire danger days. And it says that SCE is unaware of any currently available resources to provide that estimation. So figure 5-7 was generated using the Climate Toolbox from UC Merced. It is climatetoolbox.org. And Energy Safety plans to add references to this Climate Toolbox in the final guidelines, as well as ensure that there are references for any other example figures. Before I move on to section 6, I will pause for any clarifying questions regarding those responses.
There's a hand from Gary. Gary, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Gary Kemp from Southern California Edison. And I apologize. This is actually refers to the last thing you talked about in section 4.
No worries.
So you talked about table 4.1 and how these, and you call them outcome metrics or performance. I can't remember which one you call them.
In the draft guidelines, they are listed as outcome-based objectives. But the table should read performance metrics.
Performance metrics. Now, I understand, like, in the previous iterations, there's been like, okay, how many acres burned, how many ignitions, and that sort of thing. But now, this table is kind of setting it up as objectives, and it's unclear to me, like, what the implication is for, like, if you say you're going to have less than 5 wildfires over 5,000 acres, and then you have 6. Like, are you tracking to see if you met the objective, or are you just tracking how many? I guess is my question. And like, what is this going to be used for over time?
That's a great question. I think I will have to take that question as more of a comment, and we will consider that internally. But I do see that kind of line you're drawing between, like, how are these objectives used and tracked and, like, monitored, particularly looking at. So I think one of the reasons we want to call this performance metrics instead of outcome-based objectives is because in, like, for instance, section 8, we ask for objectives, which are qualitative measurements of success. The electric corporation plans on producing this document or implementing this technology, etc. And there's a target date for completing that objective, where it doesn't quite make sense to call the number of projected ignitions an objective, because there's no, like, target completion date. And it may, and the future is unknown. We try to model the future, right? So I know that's not the best answer to your question, but we will consider it, clarifying that point in the final guidelines.
No, thanks, Tom.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Lost my place here. Okay. We'll move on to section 6, which is risk modeling and methodology. This question comes from San Diego. SDG&E has concerns on the requirement to include in its risk modeling components that SDG&E has concerns on the requirement to include in its risk modeling components that don't currently exist, such as vulnerable customers and design scenarios. Can energy safety prioritize the inclusion of additional components, and what should be addressed? Again, I'll reiterate that it is not energy safety's intention to require the electrical corporations to make significant changes to their risk model prior to the submission of this WMP. Regarding the prioritization of additional components, and or in including those components in the 3 and 10-year objectives for risk modeling, energy safety will consider this matter and will consider providing guidance in the final guidelines. And please, again, include any comments or suggested edits in your written comments. The next question comes from the SMJUs. How will you expect the joint IOU risk modeling working group guidelines or risk work plan work with the new energy safety WMP guidelines? The risk analysis section of the revised WMP guidelines imply a high level of risk modeling maturity for each utility. Does energy safety expect the 2023 to 2025 WMP to start at that level, or will utilities develop to that level over the course of the 2023 to 2025 period? Again, I would refer back to my previous response that we do not expect the electrical corporations to make significant changes to their models by the time the submission rolls around next year. We acknowledge that any changes to risk modeling may take time to develop and incorporate into operations, and that the risk modeling working group is ongoing with related guidelines that are forthcoming. The next question is also from the SMJUs. Has energy safety analyzed the cost impacts to SMJUs to determine which costs are prudent? Energy safety has not performed this analysis. As previously indicated, energy safety has considered simplified reporting requirements and has determined that the level of risk that needs to be managed does not currently support a separate set of guidelines. I will pause for any hands raised, and I'm also eyeing the Q&A section. I believe there's an anonymous attendee. And it was regarding things in the guidelines that are hard to achieve. Again, I would refer back to my other answers regarding things that the utility currently does not have or are hard to achieve, such as modeling changes.
There's a hand raised. Gary, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Thanks for, it seems like I'm asking the bulk of the question. I apologize for monopolizing that.
No worries.
I heard you say something about guidelines for the risk workshops.
Yes.
Is that okay? So there's going to be forthcoming guidelines for those as well.
Hi, everyone. This is Susie Rose. I'm just going to jump in here. What Colin meant to say was guidance, not guidelines. We do not anticipate having specific guidelines that come out of the risk modeling working group, but we do anticipate that there will at some point be some, guidance. And that's something that is, I think, being developed within the context of the risk modeling working group. We don't have a date for when that will be, put into play, but it is something that we'll be working with you all to develop and figure out a timeline for implementation.
Thank you, Susie. Yes, that is true.
So thanks, Susie. So what is the guidance going to be covering? Like, is it like proposals on how the risk workshop should be conducted, or is it proposals on how risk modeling should be done? I guess that would
You know, I think we're open to a lot of different you know, versions of what it would be, but currently we're thinking something along the lines of like best practices for modeling. So to have kind of some written guidance, you know, with input from all those working group members for best practices.
Yeah, okay. Thanks so much, Susie. Thanks so much.
Zoe Harold from the Green Power Institute. If you would like to come off mute and explain your question in the chat more, I would appreciate it. Zoe's question is, can you expand on the vision for how operations versus planning risk models fit into the guidelines/structure?
Zoe, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hi, thanks, Colin, and everyone. So kind of in the risk modeling working group, as well as reviewing these guidelines, a lot of what happens is we, in our language, are not clarifying when we're talking about operations models versus planning risk models. And they're very different approaches, very different tools. And so even at different maturity levels. And so in reviewing kind of the guidelines that are defined in the WMP, it seems like in a lot of that risk modeling section, it's referring to aspects that are more planning risk model based. And then later in the WMP guidelines, there's kind of references to operational risk models that are in a way somewhat separated. And then also in that maturity survey, it seems like there isn't a kind of a differentiation between the two different modeling sets and applications. So I was wondering if you guys had had a chance to kind of think about like how that's organized in these guidelines, or if you could clarify a little bit of that.
Thanks, Zoe. I do not have an answer to that question. I may kick it to one of my fellow panelists if they have an answer or a thought on Zoe's question. I think so.
Hey, Colin.
Yes. Hi, Jonathan.
Yeah, I can talk to that a little bit.
That'd be great.
Yeah, so the risk modeling chapter of the guidelines is primarily designed to inform the decision-making process that's going on. So it's kind of building on how are the mitigations being selected. The operational piece that you're mentioning is in terms of what the utilities are doing, it's informing grid operation, situational awareness, and when to do a PSPS. So there are parts of the operational side spread throughout the other parts of the guidelines where that's informing the different aspects of the utility operations. But the risk chapter itself is primarily for mitigation planning. And that's kind of how it's set up now.
Thanks, Jonathan. That's really helpful. I know this was actually something that the utilities raised in the risk modeling working group, is essentially clarifying that language between planning versus operational in our discussions. And so that might be something that clarifies a bit of the guidelines, is using that language.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Jonathan. I think I will move to the next question in the Q&A from Henry Burton. And Jonathan, I think I'm going to ask you to respond to this one as well. Regarding section 6, can you please discuss the intended meaning of the terms risk component and risk models? These terms appear to be used interchangeably at times in the draft guidelines.
Sure, I can talk to that a little bit. So we will revisit and just look at those definitions for publishing the final guidelines. So we'll make sure that those are clear looking at that. In general, risk model is the actual calculation, how the risk is being determined. The risk components are the different pieces that go into it. So you have the actual definitions of these things. So what are the different types of ignition that you're considering? You have a different likelihood component for each of those, et cetera. So those are the more the technical definition of it. And then the risk model is how you're calculating those, because there's some things that you can't calculate because you don't have enough information. Some things you have to have assumptions to do. That's that distinction.
Thanks, Jonathan. Another question about risk analysis from Henry Burton. Section 6.4 refers to areas with heightened risk of fire. Could you clarify or define this term? Can you explain the type of statistical analysis that is required of these maps?
Were you wanting me to answer that as well, Colin?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the utilities are asked to identify areas within their territory that are at a higher level of risk. That ideally, in a perfect world, that would be all HFTD, because that's the goal of the HFTD. But the HFTD may change over time as mitigations are done, as climate change considerations, all those factors. So the ask here is that utilities, using their analysis framework, have identified where they believe that the highest risk is in their service territory. And that region may not be the exact same as the HFTD. So the utility needs to identify what are those high fire risk regions within their territory. And then the objective of the statistical analysis is to understand, are those statistically similar to the existing HFTD to support the decision making on, do areas need to be added to the HFTD? Does it need to be modified? So it's all about kind of informing where is the highest risk within the service territory and how that should change over time.
Thank you, Jonathan. I apologize, I'm trying to get myself reorganized. I think what I'd like to do is continue to move forward with questions on the other sections of the WMP. And then if there is time, we can loop back to section 6. I know there's a lot of interest in section 6, but I want to make sure that time is given to the other sections of the guidelines as well. In section 7, there is a question from Pacific Gas and Electric. In section 7.2.2.1 states that the objective of the service area risk reduction summary is to provide an integrated view of wildfire risk reduction across the electrical corporation service territory. And then in table 7-2, it asks for overall risk scores by years. Does the term overall risk have the same definition as overall utility risk, meaning that it incorporates PSPS and ignition risk? Yes, is the simple answer. And is this the same score that must be used for calculating the percent risk reduction in each initiative target table in section 8? Yes. all of these terms refer to that utility overall risk. And we will attempt to clarify that in the final guidelines. The next question is from SCE in section 7.3.2. The guidelines state, for each mitigation initiative, the electrical corporation must provide the following. Yet the corresponding table that follows is built at the WMP category level. Can you please clarify that this table should be presented in the WMP category level? Yes, this table should be presented at the category level as indicated in table 7-3, and we will consider clarifying this in the final guidelines. There's an additional question. It says, in addition, how is this table 7-3 different from what is included in the executive summary? If it is the same, can we reference instead of duplicating? Regarding this question about duplication between the executive summary and table 7-3, please include this suggestion in your comments with your written comments with energy safety, and we will look at it more closely. The next question comes from PG&E. Are our risk spend efficiencies, or RSEs, expected to be included in the WMP for targets, initiatives, or any other WMP component? You will notice that RSEs are generally not included in these guidelines, but if RSEs contribute to a utilities mitigation selection process, the utility should discuss the RFC development and its use in section 7.1.4. Before I move on to section 8, are there any questions, follow-up questions regarding section 7?
There's a hand raised. Gary, I'm allowing you to speak.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, Colin. Yeah, you said this for, I think, the risk modeling, but these other things in the, I don't have a specific example at hand, but if there is it similar in section 7 and the rest of the sections? If there's something in the guidelines that we don't currently do, is it kind of like, okay, you're not expected to change now, but we can change in, like, this is like, you don't expect changes in 2023. Is that fair to say?
In a very general sense, without finding an example, yes. We do not expect any sort of significant shift between now and next year. And anything that, these differing approaches will require, a certain explanation of why the utility uses a certain approach and how perhaps it is analogous to what is being asked in the guidelines.
Great, thanks, Colin. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You'll be hearing from me again.
Okay, I'm going to move on to section 8, which is the wildfire mitigations. From PG&E, what is the relationship between objectives and targets under each mitigation initiative sections? Are targets only quantifiable? Yes, targets are only quantifiable. Are objectives qualitative targets? Yes. However, we do not call them targets because we define targets as quantifiable measurements, and we are trying to make a distinction between the two. Also from PG&E, for all areas in section 8 that have an objective component, are we required to have at least one objective for each section? Similarly, are the electrical corporations required to have a target component for each section? The way as the guidelines are written now, yes, the guidelines require objectives and targets to track a utility's WMP implementation. Another question from PG&E, will we be required to periodically, quarterly, annually track and report on anything other than the mitigation initiative targets? What about objectives and performance metrics? All quarterly reporting will be defined in energy safety's forthcoming data guidelines. I will have to leave it at that for now. Another question from PG&E. In section 8.2.3.6, the utility is asked to describe, amongst other things, actions it has taken to promote FireWise right-of-ways. We are requesting a definition of FireWise. Energy safety acknowledges that there are various definitions of FireWise. In this context, FireWise refers to actions taken, the utility can take to make a right-of-way more fire resilient, another term that perhaps needs definition. The definition that I was looking at is from the National Fire Protection Association, which states that FireWise techniques include minimizing the risk of home ignition by carefully landscaping around residential structures, such as thinning trees and brush and choosing fire-resistant plants, selecting ignition-resistant building materials, and positioning structures away from slopes. These concepts I just mentioned obviously apply to homes, but can easily be applied to right-of-ways just as much as they can to homes. Energy safety will consider providing a definition of FireWise in the final guidelines, a more formal definition. In a similar manner, from the SMJUs, section 8.1.7, which is open work orders. How does energy safety define an open work order? Generally speaking, a work order is a corrective action found as the result of an inspection, like those described in General Order 95, Rule 18. That's the level 1, level 2, level 3. It is sometimes referred to as a tag. Energy safety will consider providing a more formal definition in the guidelines as well. I'm going, bear with me one moment while I scroll through the Q&A. A question from Daniel Butler at SDG&E regarding the 2023 and 2024 targets. The guidelines specify that quarterly targets are for inspections only. Does energy safety want quarterly targets for those years for every grid hardening program, including inspections? No. The quarterly targets are only for targets related to asset inspections, vegetation inspections, and community outreach related to PSPS. So for instance, for Q2, for asset inspections, say the utility has a goal to complete 300 miles of detailed inspections by the end of Q2, 500 by the end of Q3, and then 800 by the end of the year. That is sort of, that is what we are looking for. Daniel, if you have a follow-up question or clarifying, I'm happy to answer that as well, if you'd like to raise your hand. I'm going to keep going with the pre-submitted questions. For section 9, this is from SDG&E, and I think I might also see a very similar question in the chat, in the Q&A box. Would energy safety consider removing weather-dependent metrics such as PSPS duration, PSPS restoration time, number of customers impacted during an average PSPS event, and infrastructure repair time, and instead replace these metrics with performance metrics under the utility's control? I will firstly say that I am not sure what this question refers to, which bit of the guidelines this refers to. If it does refer to section 9.1.5, which is titled PSPS performance metrics, the utility is able to define its own metrics. The metrics listed in table 9-6 are examples, they are not requirements. If someone from SDG&E would like to clarify which specific section they are referring to in this question, I would be grateful. Or just confirm that I was correct, that it was table 9-6.
With a hand raised. Landy, I'm allowing you to speak.
Oh, hi.
Landy.
Yeah. Hi, Colin. To clarify that question, I think our concern is some of the performance metric is weather dependent. In that case, let's say PSPS duration, you might have a severe weather one year where we had a long high wind warning, red flag warning, then the duration will be much longer. Some of the events might be much shorter because of the weather condition. So in that sense, those type of metric, how can we create a metric to really show our effort, but not so much depend on the weather? So if you guys have some good suggestions. So we are also considering some strategies how we can come up a metric to show those performance. Yeah.
Okay, so to reiterate, these listed examples from your pre-submitted question are not in the guidelines necessarily, but you are projecting these as potential metrics, but hoping to work with energy safety to identify appropriate performance metrics for PSPS that are perhaps not weather related or driven or dependent. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I know one of the metric actually is reported in metric table 11 as customer hours interrupted. So if it sounds very similar. It's all talking about hours or duration. Yeah, if we're going to trend those, it's really weather dependent, but maybe we have some strategy or a good suggestion that we can normalize those type of metrics.
Okay, I had a theory that your question might be referring to the performance metrics and the SPD3 resolution SPD3. We are not going to discuss that today on this call, but it is an appropriate discussion for a later date, particularly in relation to the data guidelines.
Good. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, but thank you for your question, Landy.
It looked like Lena McMillan had a very similar question on the Q&A in the chat. Lena, can you just weigh in if that answers your question as well?
Lena, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so similar concern to what Landy just brought up. I'm also from SDG&E, and table 4.1, which I think we already discussed today, should be changed to performance metrics. But in that table, there's also a number of performance indicators that are weather dependent, where the risk reduction objective is to reduce it by some amount. So an example is number of PSPS events, where really our indicators wouldn't be reducing a number of PSPS events or duration. So if we can like perhaps consider new metrics that speak to, you know, the purpose behind our mitigation initiatives and not be dependent on the weather.
Thank you, Lena, for pointing out the place. I kept doing Control F, and I was like, where are they talking about? So that's extremely helpful. We are very open to that discussion, and if you have specific recommendations, that would be a great thing to put in your written comments.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. Also, while we're here, I'm looking at the table. There's in a few areas in the guidelines, there's a reference to outages caused by protective equipment and device settings. And just a general comment on that is, you know, if protective equipment is tripping a line or something, that's not the actual cause of the outage, but in fact, that equipment is doing its job. So the cause of the outage is something different than that. So, you know, we want to take a step back and look at what these performance indicators or metrics are really trying to get at, and then perhaps consider better metrics that more align with the purpose there.
Absolutely. And if I remember correctly, that is also a comment that was put into the SPD 3. And we are considering those comments as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Lena. That concluded my list of pre-submission questions. I think we still have plenty of time. Yes, we do. So we will go back to the question and answer box. And Jonathan, just a heads up, I'm probably going to call on you in just a moment. From Henry Burton in section 6.3, risk scenarios, describe several design basis scenarios. Can you explain how utilities should use these scenarios? Does the utility need to analyze every possible combination of conditions? For instance, 4 wind conditions, 2 weather conditions, and 3 vegetation conditions.
I can weigh in on this. So the previous guidelines didn't contain design scenarios anywhere. So the electrical corporations were able to decide what percentiles to use, how to handle that throughout their whole service territory. So the goal here is to have industry evaluating statistically similar scenarios across the board. We are still considering if the utilities need to do the full permutation of all those design scenarios. So I don't think we have a strong answer for you for that right now, but it's more getting that conversation going, and this is the direction that we want to be going in the future. And I'd say the risk modeling working group, this will be a topic of discussion as well to finalize.
Thanks, Jonathan. I think Henry has another question regarding the design basis scenarios. Section 6.3 includes vegetation conditions for existing fuel load and short-term forecasted fuel load. Please explain how these differ. Why would we expect vegetation conditions in 2025 to be materially different from 2023?
Yep, and that is a good question. And it depends a lot on what assumptions you're making How much regrowth are you seeing year over year? Are there burn scars in the service territory from previous fires? At the existing fuel load, you have the data you have right now, but you also know, based on this historic data, how much has been burned periodically for each year. So the idea here is really to understand what permutations is the utility evaluating in the short term, rather than just what is it right now, what permutations is the utility considering as potential futures in their design. So there's still some open discussion on what that needs to look at, and we're open to suggestions on it. But that's the concept behind that.
Thanks, Jonathan. A question from Landy from SDG&E regarding forecasting the risk reduction percentage. Can we refine the method to forecast the risk reduction percentage as much as we can predict what will happen? As much as we can predict what will happen if the actual result is worse than what we predicted. I'll have to read that one again. Jonathan, you may have an answer to this as well. I don't think I do.
Landy, could you maybe rephrase the question, provide a little more context?
Yeah, I was just wondering, since we all like improving the methodology on predicting the risk reduction, but we all know like that's forecast, and then what if the actuals we get by end of the year is not as good as we predicted? Is there anything that you guys will pick up those statistic, or I just want to know or help us understand what would be the outcome if we're saying, let's say we think we would reduce 5%, but end of the year it only shows maybe we reduced 3% or 1%. What would be do you judge or score us on those kind of scores or metrics?
So I don't think we can give a firm answer on that on the call here. I think in terms of the evaluation and compliance and all the different factors, it would depend a lot on why it didn't match. If it didn't match because mitigation initiatives weren't completed that were planned to be completed, then that's one thing. That means that the corporation's not fulfilling the plan that it planned to complete. So that's one issue. If the environment was more severe than was initially thought, and so that led to different performance than was expected, and that's a different issue. So I think it has to go on a case-by-case basis, and it's a data point in the evaluation, not necessarily a direct, if you don't meet your forecast, then your whole program's failed kind of concept.
Thank you. Yeah, that helps.
Thanks, Jonathan. And Landy. The next question, another question from Henry Burton at the Public Advocate's Office. A general question about Section 6 and Appendix B. How did energy safety intend these two sections to relate to each other? Currently, there are many cross-references, which will lead to a lot of flipping back and forth for readers. The intent is to minimize the amount of information contained within the main body of the WMP Section 6 and delegate a lot of the supporting documentation to Appendix B. You're correct, it probably will end up, for some of us, we will be flipping back and forth quite a bit. That being said, if you have suggestions on how to streamline that process without adding to the bulk of the WMP, we are very open to those suggestions. There was a question from Charles Madison, also of Cal Advocates. In section 6, table 6-1 is titled Summary of Risk Models. However, exemplar summaries identify the risk component. I am currently looking at that table and I do see what you mean, Charles, and I will have to confer with my team. My brief clarification, my non-formal clarification is that the risk model itself is that ID number on the left-hand most column, and then the information continues on from there. So perhaps ID should say, name of risk model instead of just simply ID. Holly from Cal Advocates asks, in section 6.3.1, section 6.3.1 has several design basis scenarios. Do utilities need to analyze every combination of these scenarios? It is unclear from the guidelines which one just say they must consider. So I think, Jonathan, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But the idea is that the design basis scenarios are individual, and it's that extreme basis scenarios where the utilities are able to combine either some of those scenarios or scenarios that they define themselves into multi-attribute situations, whether that's wind and fuel load, or climate change and wind, or any possible combination of scenarios.
So just to add a bit there, so at the moment, we're not providing explicit instructions on what the utilities need to consider in the combination of these. We're establishing design basis scenarios, and then at the moment, the utilities have freedom and some freedom in how they are using those to test their risk model and present the results. My personal expectation would be, going forward over several years with the risk modeling working group, that these design scenarios would become more standardized over time and more established. But as of right now, we're already talking that the electrical corporations may not have this full framework implemented for their 2023 submission. So it's a work in progress.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate that. The next question comes from Mabel Wu. Could you please clarify in the instructions if water bodies such as lakes should be included in the GIS, in the territory GIS map? I will write that down and I will look into it with our data team. Mabel, thank you for your question.
Colin, I'm just going to jump in quickly to alert people. There was a question in the Q&A from Spencer Olenek at PG&E. Is there an anticipated publication date for the quarterly data guidelines that we've been talking about? And I just wanted to point out that the data guidelines were just published this past Friday. Oops, I put in the chat 10-4, but I meant to say 10-14-22. They were published to the data docket, not to this 2023 to 2025 WMP docket. So I provided a link in the chat. So if you look in the answered questions, you'll see that link.
Thank you for that clarification, Susie. Nick Neuer asks, are there any energy safety required objectives, targets, or performance metrics? There are no required objectives or targets. Those are all utility defined. The performance metrics, there are or energy safety defined performance metrics that are included in the data guidelines, which Susie just referred to. From Zoe Harold at GPI, does energy safety have a data source they recommend for the short term fuel forecasts? Or will utilities need to develop this? I will also take this question back to the team. At the moment, I don't believe that the guidelines indicate a particular data source or a potential data source for the short-term fuel load forecast. Gary Chen asks, in section 7.2.2.2, it asks for risk reduction for at least 10 years. I think most utilities don't have concrete scope further than 2028. Does this fall into the same category of providing available data? Generally, yes. I will double check on that with the team and attempt to provide further guidance in the final guidelines.
And then Colin, I can jump in here for Holly's two questions here. The
Thanks,
first
Susan.
one is regarding RSEs. And Holly, yes, you're correct that the term doesn't appear in the technical guidelines. It does appear in the maturity model. And that is partially just that an oversight on our part of including it in the maturity model instead of a more general terminology. And a general explanation for that, I'm sure you're aware, the CPUC is in the process of considering, potentially revamping how they are looking at MAVF and RSEs, and in order to try and keep our guidelines, as much as possible in correspondence with the CPUC's guidelines, we held off on specifically, calling out RSEs and the definitions. So, for the most part, I think as Colin answered in a question previously, the utilities should definitely consider some version of cost benefit analysis or risk spend efficiency in their mitigation selection and prioritization. We're assuming that the utilities are already doing that. And so it's a bit more of an open-ended question to the utilities as to how they're doing that and to explain in their WMP how they're considering cost benefit analysis, risk spend efficiency, cost in general in their mitigation selection and prioritization. And then your second question, somewhat related, regarding the ratepayer impacts. So in general, we tried to move as much data as possible into the data guidelines, into the QDRs, which is covered in the data guidelines, instead of having a lot of data within the WMP and having that sometimes doubled up in the data guidelines. So I actually, I don't recall off the top of my head if we do have that exact ratepayer impact table included in the data guidelines, but I'll just refer you to that to look at. And it's, I think as you are aware, it's not, high in our mandate to look at costs, but it is something that we still want to, consider and have as a factor in the WMP and associated data. So if you could check out the data guidelines and provide comment on that, that'd be great.
I'm on mute. Thanks, Susie. The next question I see is from Gary Chen. How should we handle targets and objectives for exploratory activities and pilots? My I would include those in the targets and objective tables under each mitigation section, in accordance to what category they might fall under. I guess, Gary, if you can elaborate, is there a certain concern about doing that? And if not, you can.
You should be able to speak now.
Thanks, Colin. I guess it's difficult to have these targets and objectives because for a pilot, because we just don't know if it's even going to be effective. It's kind of like, you know, the whole point of the pilot is to see will it is it worth continuing,
Right.
like what kind of results is it giving us. So that's why I guess there's like, it's hard to put those objectives and targets in if we don't know if it'll actually do those things.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Like there should, like there needs to be a differentiation between like actual like program targets versus pilot targets. And maybe we can consider finding a way to denote like when targets refer to a pilot in particular, and the extent of the pilot or the targets and objectives of the pilot are a little bit unknown due to the nature of it being a exploratory activity or pilot.
Okay, so just distinguish it somehow, either say unknown or just say that these are projected or something like that.
Gary, I think I lost you. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah, I apologize. So for pilots, should we just say unknown for objectives and targets, or should we say this is just what we like? I guess what should we put in there? Am I chopping up?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry. I do understand your question. I was formulating a response. And I unfortunately think my response is I don't have one immediately, but we will take that as a comment and consider it for the final guidelines.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you know, before you mute me again, there was some follow-up because on the RSE cost benefit issue, I believe there's the risk OIR PD is coming out soon. And I think they want us to move away from RSEs, I believe. I don't know if anyone has an opinion on that.
It will, the existence and progression of the risk of that OIR that you mentioned was part of our calculus for removing the explicit mention of the RSE in the WMP.
Okay.
There's a hand raised from Kyle. Kyle, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Thank you. Kyle Addis, Southern California Edison. Just to follow on to Gary's question there, to the extent that a final decision is reached, likely in the next month or two, due to the proximity to the submittal of our WMPs in mid-February, it's unlikely that any substantive changes resulting from that would be able to make their way into the prompt WMP. I just wanted to confirm that was, the intent is to meet those and conform to those, the guidance on the risk OIR side over time, similar to the guidance with respect to risk modeling generally here.
Yeah, I can jump in on that. Yes, that is the case, Kyle. And that's basically why we have made the terminology a bit more vague. So to the extent, that you're able to, or it makes sense to include, any of that guidance, whatever comes of the guidance from the CPUC into this WMP, you should feel free to do that, but you will not be required to do that yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
I am not seeing any additional hands raised. Oh, and just as I speak, a question from Zoe Harold at GPI. In section 6.4, risk analysis results and presentations regarding the comparison of HFTD and the utility defined high fire threat areas, or I think it's high fire risk areas. Will energy safety take into account how the inputs and methodologies vary between these fire risk maps and may therefore result in multiple different maps that are both in essence valid? Is the visions to use the utility identified risk maps to update HFTD maps? Jonathan, do you happen to have an immediate answer to this question?
I don't think we have an immediate answer. I think it'll be something that we want to discuss internally while we're discussing the general evaluation process, how all this information will be used in that evaluation decision-making process.
I concur. So thank you, Jonathan.
There's a hand raised from Gary. I'm gonna allow him to speak now.
Hey, Colin, on the, I don't know if you were going to address this elsewhere, but in Appendix B, there are a lot of requirements regarding documentation, calibration, and that sort of thing of the risk models. If our documents aren't to the requirements detailed in that Appendix B, is it just we provide what we have? Like there are some pretty comprehensive, I don't know if they're requirements or guidelines in that Appendix B.
Sorry, can you repeat that last sentence? Did you say confidential or complex?
Comprehensive, sorry.
Oh, comprehensive. Okay.
Yes.
I think I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, but in discussing like the length of the WMP in particular, that we are evaluating the requirements that have been listed in the main body of the WMP as well as the appendix. We acknowledge that many of the requirements in Appendix B are large and comprehensive, and we are going to look at those very closely to determine whether or not they are absolutely necessary at the point of submission to be required. That being said, again, if you do have suggestions on how to reduce that requirement, reduce those requirements that are in the draft guidelines, please put those in your written comments.
Okay, yeah, I think my question, and I probably broke up there, so was that not just towards the length, but whether or not it's even available at this time. Like if we don't have it.
Oh, if you don't have it.
To ask for.
Yeah, I would refer back to similar answers. If you don't have it, there will need to be an explanation as to like why it doesn't exist or like why the utility doesn't have it. I think in the past we've seen a lot of when the utility doesn't have something, it just says like NA, which throws us for a loop, and we're like, why is it NA? But I'll refer you to the general instructions, which that it's like non-existent mitigation plans. I know it's specific to mitigations in this instance, but I think it can be broadened to other instances in the WMP requirements as well.
Yeah, Gary, let me just jump in here and thank you for, bringing that to our attention. I think the distinction is, are we saying that it's required and then not giving you an out somewhere if you don't have it or you don't use it or you do something differently? And so, I think we need to take a closer look at Appendix B and look through to say, well, which things do we absolutely need, and which things is it okay if you have an alternative data set or you have a different methodology, by which you accomplish the same goal. So we'll take a closer look at that. And we also really strongly encourage you all to, help us with that by submitting in your comments things that, all the places that you can find, that this would become an issue, so that we can try and take that into consideration when we're looking at it more closely.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Colin.
Thanks, Susie. I see a hand from Kyle as well.
Thank you, Colin. This is kind of a nit question, but in the Appendix A, some of the definitions deviate from kind of definitions we've been using in existing practice. And we intend to, suggest changes and comments for your consideration. But one of which was reportable ignitions. There was a difference from the traditional CPUC reportable ignition definition. And just curious if there was some intention behind changing that definition.
Not that I am immediately aware of, but we can look into that. Susie, are you aware of an intention to change that to differentiate between our definition and a CPUC definition?
I know that we had some discussions about one of the terms, and I'm not sure if this was the one. So we can look into that, unless Jonathan or Darlene, you can confirm or deny this is the one that we were one of the ones we discussed.
I'd agree with keeping it offline or for us to look at and revisit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. I'm going to turn to the Q&A box. From an anonymous attendee in table 4-1 to forecast risk. Is table 4-1 to forecast risk reduction by year during the 2023 to 2025 WMP, or to forecast the risk reduction by the end of 2025? And it is by the end of 2025, and we will consider making that clarification in the guidelines as well. It is risk reductions over the cycle, not by year in this instance. It looks like, Gary, you might have another question.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
No worries. Kyle, did you also forget to lower your hands, or do you have another one?
Sorry, Colin. Yeah, I'm lowering.
No worries.
So I believe we have this session going until 12:45. We know that we guessed that this would be the session that has the most questions. We currently don't have any raised hands or open questions. What I'm thinking we can do is take a 10-minute break. People can, look through their notes and make sure that we've answered anything. I'm kind of guessing that's going to result in some more questions when we come back from the break. And then we might end up going to lunch early and moving things forward to give more time to some of the other sessions if we're out of questions for the technical guidelines.
That is a fantastic suggestion, Susie. So 10 minutes from now would be noon on the dot. So let us reconvene at noon, and I will see you all soon. Hello, everybody. My clock reads noon. And there are no new questions in the Q&A. But Kyle, give the floor to Kyle again.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Colin. One thing just came to mind.
Yeah.
You know, in some areas of the guidelines, there's a focus on independent reviews, oftentimes with third parties, and assume to the extent that we use those today, describe those to the extent that they are not under contract today. This would similarly be a situation where we describe our process today and potential inclusion of independent review going forward. Is that?
Yes. I think you've caught that general kind of guidance we've given throughout correctly. You know, if an independent review of, say, the model of the risk modeling and assessment has not been performed prior to the WMP submission, you know, we don't expect utilities to just overnight have a review. So describing the processes as detailed in the guidelines is still required. And, you know, an explanation as to like what alternative methods have perhaps been used in its stead in the meantime.
Okay, thank you.
In the Q&A, Andrew Ace writes, Section 6.5 states that the Electrical Corporation must provide an overview of inputs, operations, and support for a centralized risk assessment enterprise. Is this limited to wildfire and PSPS risk? My immediate thought is yes, but I will have to double check with my team and we can provide further guidance in the final on that. Andrew also asks in the Q&A in section 8.1.8.1, what is the definition of off-normal events? Jonathan, do you have a definition for off-normal events?
I do not have one handy.
No.
So if the guidelines don't have one explicit, then I'd say we'll consider that and consider adding it in the final.
I agree. Thank you for pointing that out, Andrew. And there are no additional questions in the Q&A. I know, Kyle, I see your hand raised. I'm not sure if it is a new question.
Sorry. Sorry, Colin, it's coming down.
It's okay. Zoom is, I am adapting to Zoom today. A question from Zoe Harold. Has energy safety considered moving to digitized maps on a public access platform that would remove the maps from the plans? As far as I remember, we have not discussed that possibility. But I do, that is an interesting suggestion, and I would highly recommend that you put that in your written comments for further consideration by energy safety.
Or Zoe, if you're not planning on submitting written comments, or for anyone who is listening and not planning on submitting written comments, we are recording the workshop. We're keeping track of all the questions, and things that you have brought up here will definitely make their way onto. Oh, great, she's going to submit comments.
Okay.
But regardless, we are keeping track of all of the questions here. We don't mean to be dismissively saying put it in your comments. We just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to fully flesh out and explain what your recommendations or questions are.
Yes, thank you, Susie. That's a great point.
Lana, I can take this question. We are going to address the concept of the WMP template towards the end of the workshop. We actually have kind of we have a slightly different version of what we're thinking of for the WMP template that would be basically a slimmed down version of the guidelines in Word form that would allow utilities to fill out those tables. And we're going to discuss that a little bit more in the process and evaluation and schedule section at the last session of today's workshop.
Thanks, Susie. There are currently no open questions in the Q&A, nor are there hand raised. So we still have plenty of time, but I will give it a couple more moments for folks to ask questions. It is not the worst thing if we all have a little longer lunch break. Okay, I am seeing no additional questions during that brief pause. I think we are currently having an internal discussion about timing moving forward. Susie, it appears that we want to move. We're going to take our lunch break and we're going to start the maturity model discussion at 1:30. Is that correct?
That's right. That's right. Based on our April workshop, I'm anticipating that there might be a lot of questions on the schedule and the process and evaluation guidelines. So if we can give more time to that in today's workshop, that would be great. And if we don't end up needing it, then we'll end the whole workshop early. So let's take a break, and we'll come back together at 1:30 to talk about the maturity model and the maturity survey.
Great.
Oh, we do have one question snuck in there before we all take off.
7221. Lana asks, in section 7221, is a map required for each mitigation initiative.
And while Colin is looking up 7.2.2.1, I'll also say to feel free to put more questions in the chat while we're on break. And if we have some extra time, we can turn to them, questions on the technical guidelines, I mean, and otherwise we can try our best to type in answers into the chat. So feel free to keep the questions coming.
Lana, I see the cause of your question. And that is something we will review internally. It is a very broad requirement in that section.
And Henry, thank you for your comment. We will take another look at that, and thank you for pointing that out to us. That seems like a good segue, Henry's comment, into saying that we really appreciate all of the comments, all of the questions. As I think you all know, we've been trying really hard to get these draft guidelines into your hand for quite some time. We knew when we published them that they were not perfect, but we felt like we wanted to get them into your hands so you could help us find the places that they were imperfect. And so we appreciate all the comments and the questions. We look forward to receiving your written comments as well. And, it's a bit of a team effort here, and, all of us, finding the places in the guidelines that need updating between the draft and the final. So thanks for your attention to detail and in what was it, 500+ page document.
Yes.
Not including the maturity survey and all the other documents released since then.
I think.
Okay, well, go ahead, Kellen.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think with that, we will go to lunch. And yes, again, as Susie said, please feel free to insert more questions in the chat, and I'm going to go have a sandwich and I can come back and try to type in some written answers to any questions that may come up during lunch.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
I'm showing 1:30 now. I'll give everyone about a minute to trickle back in before we get started with the maturity model segment. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's a couple of minutes past our 1:30 start time. Hope everybody enjoyed your lunch. This is Nathan Poon again, and I'll be going through the draft maturity model and maturity survey segment for this afternoon. And just thank you for I think there were a couple questions that came in during the lunch break. We'll either answer those through the chat, or if there's time at the end, we'll pick those up at the end. All right, so going through the primary changes to the maturity model and maturity survey, perhaps the biggest change is the increased transparency. The maturity model is now published with the guidelines in addition to the survey itself, so that the way that the maturity levels are assessed can be seen by all the stakeholders. There have been some changes to the categories and capabilities. We've made some additions, some modifications, quite a few consolidations. We've linked capabilities to risk outcomes and created some cross-category themes that cut across multiple mitigation categories. The primary changes to the maturity survey are those that mirror the modifications made to the maturity model, some improved clarity of the survey questions, both in terms of how the questions are asked and the way that the answers are laid out. We really endeavored to try to minimize the amount of interpretation that was needed by the electrical corporations, so that we didn't need to follow up on how the question was interpreted or what certain things in terms of terminology meant. Relatedly, the survey questions also have an open response field, so the electrical corporations, if they felt like there was some sort of interpretation needed, that they could explain, put a brief explanation in the open response, and additionally provide some feedback for when the maturity model and maturity survey get refreshed again 3 years down the road. Lastly, the survey responses will be for 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026. In the previous iterations, the survey was limited to the current year of the survey and the end of the WMP cycle. For assessing maturity levels, there are a number of ways that they're assessed through the survey, kind of going from the biggest picture to the smallest. There will be a overall WMP maturity, each category, mitigation category maturity. Within each category, there are capabilities that have a maturity, and then under each capability are sub-capabilities, which are called scoring philosophies that receive a maturity level. There are also perpendicular to those are some cross-category maturity levels. The first are cross-category themes that capture key functional characteristics that are cross-cutting. And then secondly are maturity levels for fundamental risk components. Starting with the categories and capabilities. On the left this is page 1 of 2 of the categories. So we have risk assessment and mitigation, situational awareness and forecasting, grid design, inspections, maintenance, vegetation management, and inspections. These should look pretty familiar. They're pretty much the same ones that are out of the technical guidelines. And then across on this table are the capabilities that fall into each of those categories. This table is in the maturity model, so if you want to take a look at it, that's where you can find it. I won't spend too much time running through each of the capabilities here. And then the second page of that table are grid operations and protocol, emergency preparedness, community outreach, and engagement is the last one. Each of those with their component capabilities going out to the right. Next up are the cross-category themes. So these are new for the maturity model and survey this year. They are plan quality, risk prioritization, data governance, automation and systemization, and continuous improvement. You'll notice data governance used to be its own category. It is now a cross-category theme, similar to the technical guidelines. The data governance has been interspersed into the other categories, and then it is now taken as a cross-category theme. For the maturity level assessment for the cross-category themes, they are pulled from the scoring philosophies that fit each of the themes. So for example, risk prioritization takes the anticipation and risk spend efficiency scoring philosophies of the survey questions to come up with the score for that cross-category theme. Up next are the fundamental risk components, equipment ignition likelihood, contact from vegetation ignition likelihood, contact by object ignition likelihood, wildfire spread likelihood, wildfire hazard intensity, wildfire exposure potential, wildfire vulnerability, PSPS likelihood, PSPS exposure potential, PSPS vulnerability. The fundamental risk components, to come up with the maturity level for the fundamental risk components, they take the related capabilities and you'll in the maturity model, each of these list which capabilities fall under which of these risk components. For example, for wildfire hazard intensity, there's 10 capabilities that fall under that, including capability 2, calculation of wildfire, and PSPS hazard and exposure to societal values. Capability 8, weather forecasting ability. 10, data collection for near real-time conditions. 36, collaboration on local wildfire mitigation planning. Next, I'll just run through a quick example So this is category C, grid design, inspections and maintenance. This category is made up of 5 capabilities: asset inventory and condition database, asset inspections, asset maintenance and repair, grid design and resiliency, and lastly, asset and grid personnel training and quality. Within each of those capabilities are scoring philosophies. So if we zoom into the asset inspections capability, there are 3 scoring philosophies that fall into that capability: frequency, level of sophistication, and QA/QC. Each of those scoring philosophies have a certain number of survey questions that are linked to it. So if we zoom in even further, take a look at asset inspections frequency. For this scoring philosophy, there are 11 survey questions. For this philosophy, they are yes/no survey questions that increase in sophistication. So for example, question 2 is, does Electrical Corporation inspect assets in HFTD areas once every 5 years? Question 4 is, does Electrical Corporation inspect assets in the HFTD areas at least once every 3 years? Jumping a little bit ahead, question 9 is, are at least 80% of the line miles continuously monitored by sensors? Question 11 is, are at least 95% of the line miles continuously monitored? So as more questions are answered yes, the maturity level rises. So if question 1 and 2 are no, the maturity level is 0. If 1 and 2 are yes, and 3 and 4 are no, it's 1, etc. A maturity level of 0 represents that it does not meet minimum expectations or regulatory requirements. A level of 1 means that it meets minimum expectations or regulatory requirements. Level 2 exceeds the minimum requirements, but is not consistent with industry best practices. Level 3 is consistent with industry best practices, and level 4 exceeds industry best practices. As we zoom back out, we come back to the capability, capability 14, asset inspections. The capability maturity level is determined by the minimum level of the scoring, the component scoring philosophies. So these are just some example numbers. At first, we're looking at frequency. The Electrical Corporation should provide come up with a score for 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026. So in this example, it's 2, 3, 4, and 4. There are also questions for level of sophistication and QA/QC. And as the capability level is determined by the minimum level of the component scoring philosophies. For example, in this example, in 2023, QA/QC is 0. So the capability maturity level is 0 for 2023. In 2024, it is still limited by QA/QC, even though everything has improved. That maturity level in 2024 would be a 1. In 2026, in this example, the frequency is a maturity level of 4, level of sophistication is 4, QA/QC is 3, the capability maturity level is a 3 because that is the maturity level of the scoring philosophies. Taking one additional step back, the category maturity level is determined by the average category C, grid design, inspections, and maintenance. At first, we were looking at asset inspections. We had maturity for that capability. We had the maturity level of 0 for 2023, 1, 1, and 6 as the years go on. For the category maturity, we take the average. So in this example, a 0, 0, 2, 3, and 1 comes up with the 1.2. As the capabilities become more mature, the average rises to a 2, a 2.4, and then a 3 in 2026. Lastly, the cross-category and the risk component maturity levels. As mentioned earlier, the risk components are made up of a number of specific capabilities. So in this instance, capability 14 asset inspections would feed into the risk component maturity level for ignition, equipment ignition likelihood, which would also take into account all the other capabilities that fall into that risk component. And those maturity levels are averaged for the risk component maturity level. For the cross-category theme, the scoring philosophy of QA/QC is used for plan quality and data governance. So the QA/QC scoring philosophy from this capability and all the other capabilities would come into this cross-category theme for the maturity level for plan quality and the maturity level for data governance. So those are the high-level changes and an example of the maturity model and the maturity survey on how the maturity levels are assessed. I'll open it up for any questions in the Q&A and through raised hands. I do also have the pre-submitted questions from last week, which we'll start by running through those. Let me see. Stop sharing here. So I have just a Word document with the pre-submitted questions up just so that everyone can reference them as necessary. I'll start by just going through these questions. If there are any follow-ups, please raise your hand or go ahead and submit it in the Q&A. I'll try to keep the like questions together. Similar to the guidelines discussion we had earlier, we're looking forward to all the feedback that everyone has. This is, of course, the draft, and really look forward to getting insight from all the stakeholders on how to improve the maturity model and the maturity survey. Let's see, the first question here is from SCE, and it was, for consistency, is energy safety open to changing the minimum scoring approach for capabilities to an average scoring approach for all capabilities and not just some or some other method? And yes, we are certainly open to that. It would be good if you were able to provide some rationale or some reasoning in your written comments on why a different scoring method would be superior. Or if you're able now to hop on and provide some explanation. The next question is, how does energy safety intend to use the risk component scores in evaluating utilities maturity, considering that many depend on external factors outside of the control of the utility, such as fire behavior after an ignition? And the answer to that one is maturity focuses on factors that are within the electrical corporation's control based on answers to the maturity survey. If the utility feels that the answer to a specific question depends heavily on external factors, please include that in the comment in the open response box in the survey. If this is still an issue in the final version of the maturity survey, it would be oh, sorry. If you have a specific recommendation that you can point to, or specific questions that you find are challenging or are heavily dependent on external factors that are in the current draft of the maturity survey, please point those out in your comments.
There's a hand raised from Kyle. I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to address the first question and provide some initial rationale that we'll follow in our comments with. But just on the use of minimum versus average scoring methodology, we were just looking at, I think it was slide 12 of what you had just presented, and recognizing that if utilities are hitting high marks, levels 3s or 4s within a capability, but has a 0 in another, that 0 would kind of carry the day, so to speak, and may not be fully reflective of kind of the overall maturity across those scoring philosophies. So just something we noticed, and we'll follow in more detail with comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comment. And we look forward to getting the specific recommendations. I will say that some of those, when we evaluate the maturity survey responses, we will look at the individual capabilities as well as individual questions. I think in some cases it is appropriate to measure the maturity by the weakest link, so to speak. But if there are certain other methodologies that you think we should consider, please include those in your comments.
Thank you.
The next question is, how were the 10 risk components determined? And they were determined through Energy Safety's internal process, which include survey of academic literature on wildfires and other disasters, our expertise from our consultant, and input from CAL FIRE. The next question, also from SCE, is there a weight associated with each of the 10 risk components? Are they treated equally? No, they are not weighted. The intent of the risk component maturity levels is to provide insight into the relative maturity of the utilities program. The maturity levels for each individual risk component can provide that type of insight, and combining the individual risk components into a single maturity level is helpful to evaluate year-over-year progress. And I think that somewhat dovetails into Henry Burton's written Q&A question: what is Energy Safety's overall vision for the maturity model? How will it be used? And that's to say that the maturity model is to measure year-over-year progress for the utilities on how they are doing with their wildfire mitigation planning. And I do see Henry has a couple other questions. I think I'll put those till after the pre-submitted ones. I don't think that they tie in directly based on a cursory read. The next pre-submitted question was, let's see, I think we were at number 5. Given that the capabilities have a different number of risk components, will those capabilities with a higher number of risk components have a greater impact on the overall maturity? And the answer is no. Each capability is weighed equally in the category score. Question 6 was from SDG&E. It's quite long, but I think the gist of this one was there are some capabilities that have questions based on combined scoring philosophy, and if we can provide some clarity on how they get separated or how they are assessed in the maturity level. And the answer for that one is that capabilities with combined scoring philosophies will not be weighed less when calculating cross-category themes. Questions that are listed as belonging to two philosophies are considered to be fully part of both scoring philosophies. That is, the response is used, will be used in determining the maturity levels for each cross-category theme related to either of those scoring philosophies. Question 7 is about questions that reference energy safety requirements, and can we provide the section and page number that relate to the requirements. And the energy safety requirements are beyond just requirements in the WMP guidelines. There are any requirements that are put in place by energy safety, including the WMP guidelines, but also any key areas for improvement from previous WMP evaluations, any requirements put in place by compliance division, or any requirements put forth by the data analytics division as well. Question 8 and 9 are similar. Question 8 regarding terminology between learning and improvement and learning and continuous improvement. Question 9 is about terminology related to subject matter expert verification versus subject matter expert verification and evaluation. Thank you for pointing out those discrepancies. They should be considered the same. Both the question 8, the 2 terms, and then question 9, those 3 terms. Question 10 is, can energy safety clarify if all the responses are for years 2023 through 2026? And yes, all the questions are meant to be responded to for each year, 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 in this year's survey. And then the last pre-submitted question is on regarding survey questions that require a group answer. In this example, it applies to transmission, distribution, and substations, each of which have a different perspective and response. And thank you very much for that feedback and pointing that out. In the written comments, if you can indicate which questions require grouping of different perspectives into a single response, that would be very helpful. And we'll take that into consideration for making adjustments in the final. And then I'll move on to the submitted Q&A questions. Please feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions that you would like to ask as well. So the first question is from Daniel Butler at SDG&E. Has OEIS performed a reasonableness review with the utilities regarding many of the scoring criteria? Energy safety is, in this process, we look forward to engaging with utilities on some of like these questions on how to group answers and to improve the survey questions. Is there a specific reasonableness review with the utilities that you can expand upon? Daniel, I don't know if you have...
Daniel, I'm allowing you to speak.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to the scoring philosophy, so if a particular metric is, let's say, scored between 1 to 4, 0 to 4, is that score that would require a 4, reasonable for utilities to achieve, or even a 3 reasonable for utilities to achieve? Has that assessment been made across various utilities? For instance, if all the utilities come to a consensus, and even a 3 maturity level, doesn't seem like it's reasonable to achieve, is there room to modify the scores? And that goes across a broad number of questions.
Yeah, if there are any specific ones that you feel are unreasonable, please indicate that in your comments. We have, with the help of the consultant, developed the maturity model, and as in the presentation, I think a 4 represents higher than industry best practices. So that's kind of the guiding light for those maturity levels. Like, for example, a 3 is industry best practices. It should be achievable by utility. A 4 may or may not, if that's beyond industry best practices, but it is aspirational.
Okay, thank you.
Justin, this is Susie Rose. I'm just going to jump in quickly to say that, that's one of the reasons that we decided this year to make the maturity model score, or the maturity survey scoring transparent, so we can get some more input from the utilities on questions like this. So, bearing in mind those 4 levels that, Nathan showed in the slides, what they correspond to, if, thinking about what they correspond to, if our scoring philosophy seems off, that's definitely something that we want to hear about.
The next question is from Henry Burton from the Public Advocate's Office. Are the utilities expected to attain a certain level on the maturity model? If so, do they need to reach a minimum threshold level on every attribute or an average score? If a utility does not reach the desired level on the maturity model, what happens? Alternatively, does the utility need to demonstrate continuous improvement on the maturity model? Will this be a requirement for approval of the WMP? The maturity model is one aspect of the evaluation of the whole wildfire mitigation plan. We are looking for year-over-year improvements and trying to make sure that the electrical corporations are being aspirational in for their future mitigation planning. I think this second question from Henry Burton, I think, ties into that. If the maturity model score influences WMP approval, then shouldn't the scoring criteria and survey questions be established through a deliberative process to ensure that they are realistic and capture vital issues? Shouldn't the maturity model results be objective rather than based on a self-assessment? I think the first part of that question is what we're trying to do here today. We've published the maturity model for the stakeholders review and provide us feedback on how to improve it, or make sure that we're not missing any vital components.
Gary has his hand raised. I'm going to allow him to speak now.
Was that Barry? I think you might still be muted.
We're not able to hear you for some reason.
Go ahead and type your question in the Q&A. I don't think that we're able to hear you at the moment.
I'm going to move on to Kyle. Kyle, you can speak now.
Thank you. One related question, maybe to Henry's, maybe to Dan's. Several of these maturity levels, could theoretically be possible, but we often find ourselves asking at what cost, and whether financially or resource optimization. And just curious how energy safety is thinking about the role of affordability in evaluating utility maturity across several of these capabilities.
I think this is a similar question that was asked this morning about affordability and cost, and that the maturity model does not measure affordability outside of the risk spend and the resource allocation. That's not the primary purpose of the maturity model.
Okay, thank you.
And just to jump in and add a little more there, and I think this gets at some of Henry's questions as well. Well, the maturity survey results and the maturity levels are definitely something that we energy safety are looking at when we're reviewing the WMPs and evaluating, has the utility made progress? How much progress have they made? Are there areas that they can be making more progress? This isn't like a pass-fail type exam where we're looking for all the utilities to have, scores of 4 on every single, capability and category, moving forward. This is really a tool for us to use to be able to see, both now, in the past, and the future, are we seeing a trend of progress? And it helps us to kind of zero in when we're looking at the WMPs at, what things we might want to look more carefully at in the utilities WMP to make recommendations to where they could be moving more quickly, or, where, we think they might benefit from focusing efforts. So, not a pass fail, not something that if something is, extraordinarily expensive that we would expect a utility to get to 4. And, all of those additional detail are looked at in the evaluation of the WMP.
Thank you, Susie.
Thank you, Susie. Let's see, looking at some of the written Q&A questions. How do you define industry best practices when scoring the maturity level? I think this was slightly touched upon a little bit earlier. This was in consultation with our consultant, Jensen Hughes, as well as our internal processes. If you have other suggestions on specific scoring philosophies and what would be considered an industry best practice or above an industry best practice, we would love to hear that either here or in your written comments. A question from Mandy: when submitting the survey, will utilities be responding to each individual question, or will they be submitting the capability, category, and maturity level scores? And I believe that the utilities will be submitting a response to each individual question. Please jump in, Jonathan, if that's incorrect.
No, that is correct. That's the plan.
Gary's question, towards the theme of shortening the document, is there any consideration towards paring down the survey? It's over 1,000 questions compared to a few hundred last year, and it's the goal of measuring progress. Would it potentially be more useful to use questions from last year? And I think on the second part, we refreshed the maturity model to this year to better capture what our goals, and we plan to use this for at least the next 3 years over the cycle. The maturity survey is longer, I think, because in the previous years, a lot of the questions were multiple choice in many ways, but this year a lot of this got broken down into a binary yes or no's for more clarity. So I think that's a little bit of why there are more questions this year. If there are any thoughts again on what questions may be redundant, please do let us know. I think similarly, the next question is from an anonymous attendee on how can we determine trends if the questions have all changed from last year. So our goal is in this refresh is to be able to kind of set a new baseline to compare for this upcoming WMP cycle. With that being said, many of the questions still are similar or just reframed. So there is a possibility to look backwards and tease out the answers from previous years to see how the utilities may be comparing. A question from Zoe from figure C-3 in Appendix C, which is the maturity model. Would equipment likelihood of ignition and contact by object likelihood in this example have the same maturity score? Many of the risk components have substantial overlap in the included capabilities. That would result in approximately the same score for many risk components. So the risk components, some of them do have similar component capabilities, but they are not identical one-to-one. So they should not end up with the exact same score. They may be approximate. Jonathan, I don't know if you have anything to expand on that.
I think you covered it pretty well. For example, when you're looking at cofactors for ignition likelihood, wind is one of the biggest factors, right? But that is going to similarly affect, how good your predictions are at wind behavior are going to similarly affect how good or how mature your system is in understanding when vegetation is going to contact the line versus the lines failing due to wind pressure. It's affecting it in a similar way. So that's intentional by design, but there are occasions where they do differ.
Thanks, Jonathan, and thank you, Zoe, for your question. The next question from Gary is similar to how energy safety removed RSCs from the WMP guidelines. Does it make sense to eliminate RSC-centric questions in the survey, given the impending risk OIR decision? And that's something we are definitely considering. A question is there somewhere in the scoring philosophies that we can find a definition to systemization, policies, and procedures under the cross-category theme, automation and systemization? I think this one, we are taking a look at the terminology here, and we'll be considering clarifying that for the final. Question from Andrew. Did OEIS have a meteorologist with experience in numerical weather prediction, like the National Weather Service or state agency review, and provide input on the weather modeling question? and our consultant. Jonathan, is there anything? I'm sorry, it's saying my internet connection is unstable. Just give me a second.
Did you want me to answer this one, Nathan?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. We had our meteorologists at Jensen Hughes take a look at this and provide feedback on what the critical elements were that would need to be considered in this. We did talk with several external experts as well, and we considered the topic as it was discussed in the risk modeling working group. So kind of all of that went into the determination of the levels and the questions. The final questions themselves were not passed through NWS or other state agency reviews beyond OEIS, but we're open to feedback and we'll consider feedback as it comes in.
Thanks, Jonathan. And thank you, Andrew, for your question. I think that is all for the outstanding Q&A questions. Please feel free to type in any more or raise your hand if you have any questions or comments.
This is Susie. Oh, Kyle, I see your hand, but let me just jump in quickly. I was just reviewing some of Henry's comments, and thank you, Henry, for some detailed questions and comments. And one thing that we didn't address yet is you had in one of your comments, you said, let's see, if the maturity model score influences WMP approval, shouldn't the scoring criteria and survey questions be established through a deliberative process to ensure that they are realistic and that they capture the vital issues? Shouldn't the maturity model results be objective rather than based on a self-assessment? So that is definitely something that in transitioning from the last 3-year cycle version of the model to this 3-year cycle, we were keeping in mind, the ability to verify and have, quantifiable questions. I don't think we're close to there yet on having every single question be quantifiable, but that is definitely something that we're keeping in mind and working towards, so that the questions won't be, even if they are a self-assessment, that they would be verifiable. So I think all of those questions are great for us to consider, both in this round and, in the next round for what we want to be moving towards. And then just to be clear, I wouldn't say that the maturity model score influences WMP approval so much as, like I said before, it's a tool that we use in order to kind of drill down on where we should be looking more closely at within the WMP. So hopefully that answers your questions, and feel free to put up your hand and ask some more if it doesn't. And Kyle, let's move to you.
Thank you, Susie. I believe there was some discussion in the guidelines around including discussion in the WMP narrative around how activities advance maturity. I might have that language wrong, but I don't believe the technical guidelines had anything explicitly laid out in terms of where or how to do that. This may be something that is put into the templates that are forthcoming, but just thought to raise that as a question in terms of integrating that within the narrative.
Just to make sure I'm clear, are you is the comment that it's not clear how to discuss driving maturity levels higher in the technical guidelines?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you for that comment. We'll definitely take that into consideration when looking at the edits for the final of the guidelines.
Thank you.
There's a Q&A question from Richie. For questions using modeled outputs like C513, calculation of community vulnerability to wildfire and PSPS, it seems that modeled outputs are being treated as ground truth. Suppression and community fire mitigation projects are not typically modeled. How is the maturity model accounting for limitations of model outputs? I might have to defer to Jonathan. Do you have anything to input on this?
Richie, could you clarify a little bit what you mean by modeled outputs being treated as ground truth? Reason I ask that is throughout many of the criteria we have sections where we're saying that the model outputs need to be compared with ground truth, and accuracy of those predictions are part of the criteria for the levels. So I didn't know if you had an example specifically what you're seeing the model outputs being treated as ground truth.
Richie, I'm going to allow you to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I just picked a random question, and I'm from SDG&E. It didn't pop up. So I guess the question itself in the maturity model talks about model outputs include the following, and then number 2 is affected number of people for a wildfire occurring. So basically, the way I read that is the model itself, and then provides an output for the affected number of people, but the model doesn't put in suppression or different community projects that have been put in place that are also involved in some of our WMPs. So when the model is used to calculate kind of real world, if the fire ended up starting, for example, in the backyard of the fire station, the model may show a fire that burns 10,000 acres and affects a lot of people. But in ground truth, in reality, that fire has a very small chance of escaping the yard. So I guess where it goes is if the effective number of people of that's being shown by the model, we don't feel is accurate or would come from a fire suppression agency, as opposed from the utility providing that information. How should we treat that in the maturity model?
Thank you for clarifying that. So those are looking at 2 different parts of the maturity for the model. So you've got the types of model outputs that are being predicted. That's one level of maturity, just saying what are all the different factors that are being predicted by the utility. But each model output that is being considered by the utility will also need to be evaluated by the accuracy that's in that separate scoring philosophy. So if you're including an additional output and then it's very low accurate, then your maturity would still be limited based on the accuracy of that new output. But the accuracy of the output and which output you're considering are in different scoring philosophies.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Richie, for your question. And looks like there's a follow-up from Zoe. I think it's just I think this is less of a question and just a follow-up comment, that contact from object ignition likelihood risk component. For example, some utilities are not modeling this granular planning risk model, but the maturity level would be non-zero, given that there are other independent capabilities that go into that calculation. And we look forward to seeing your written comments. Thank you.
Looks
Okay.
like we have a hand up from Richie. Is that left over from the previous answer or question and answer, or do you have a new question, Richie?
Correct. No, I'll take it down.
Justin, are there any more hands raised?
No hands raised.
It looks like we don't have any more written Q&As. So I think maybe we can go on break a little bit early. If you have any lingering questions or come up with any, feel free to type them in the Q&A and we can take a look at this. Oh, looks like we had one sneak in. Oops, sorry, I muted myself. Christy asked, can you expand on the expectation for third-party reviews in order to increase transparency? Christy, can you elaborate a little bit further on expectation for third-party reviews? Is this related to the technical guidelines from this morning where there was some discussion on the independent reviews, or is this a specific maturity model or maturity survey scoring philosophy or survey question that you're asking about? Christy, if you could raise your hand, I think Justin will be able to unmute you.
Christy, you should be able to speak now. It looks like you're unmuted, but we're not able to hear you. You may still be on mute on your end. We're still not able to hear Christy.
Oh, she says she's can't unmute on her end. Christy. Christy, I'll move on to the next question, and if you can expand a little bit, either typing or if you want to take a moment to figure out your audio. I'll circle back to you. There's a question on how will the survey be available or distributed on December 16th. That information will be provided out to the electrical corporations when the survey is ready to be ready and final.
There's a hand raised from Lucero. I'm going to allow you to speak now. Oop. Looks like the hand went down. Okay, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. Yeah, I think the question I believe Christy was looking to ask is actually on page 9 of the guidelines under objective number 4, a third bullet, talking about how it mentions redesign maturity levels and survey questions to facilitate third party and compliance review. Can you expand on that, what that means or what kind of effect that's going to have on our maturity model scoring?
Thanks, Christy, for the clarification. I believe the intention for increasing the transparency in the assessment was providing this maturity model out for everybody so that third parties such as the interveners or other stakeholders can better understand how the survey and the maturity level is assessed, and both for everybody that's participating in this process and for our internal compliance team.
Looks like Kyle has his hand raised. I'm going to allow him to speak.
Thank you. Maybe 2 quick questions here. The first is there any thought to any efforts to calibrate responses across IOUs to ensure that the scores are reflecting similar or the same criteria?
Yes, so there was an effort to simplify or clarify the questions in the survey so that it wasn't as open to interpretation as the survey questions were in previous years. Part of that is to try to get responses that are more easily comparable. Of course, we have introduced the open response field to try to head off any unnecessary data requests back and forth or such. If there are in the final version of the survey questions that may end up needing some sort of interpretation about the utility, or they feel like there needs to be some sort of explanation attached to a yes, no, or a numerical answer.
Appreciate that. Thanks. And if I could squeeze one more in here, and I think I can promise that's the last one. The schedule guidelines released Friday indicate that the maturity survey will be distributed on December 16th. Is that when the website interface will essentially become open for utilities to submit? And if so, when should we anticipate seeing the final maturity model guidelines and final sets of questions?
So the maturity model and the survey will be, the final versions will be adopted later this year, prior to that December 16th date. And as far as the website, are you asking if you'll have the preview of the questions, like the final version of the survey, earlier than the website and the survey go out?
Yeah. Yep.
That is my understanding, that at the adoption meeting that the survey questions will be final. Susie, is there?
Yeah, I can weigh in on that. So basically the final survey will be what we're planning to do right now is that the final survey would be adopted at the same time as the final technical guidelines, as well as a number of other pieces of the guidelines documents, and that would be before December 16th. Then we need a little time on the back end to get those surveys ready with the final questions, and then at that, when those are ready, we would send them out to the utilities to begin their survey on December 16th.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you.
And we have one more Q&A question. In the maturity survey, there are multiple capabilities that reflect scoring philosophy, QA/QC in the capability scoring table, for example, 2.3.10. However, there are no questions on the scoring philosophy in the survey. Will there be additional questions on QA/QC in the final survey? And some of the questions linked to SME verification or validation might be included in QA/QC in the final. We'll be looking into that. Thank you for that feedback. Nick Neuer asks if there are any revisions to the maturity survey questions between now and when they are final. Will Energy be providing a red line copy? A red line copy should be available upon request. So if that's something that you need or would like, please email us to let us know. Okay, I think we have about 5 minutes left. I'll leave the floor open for a bit longer to see if we have any remaining questions. Justin, are there any hands raised?
No hands raised, just one from Kirsty. I believe that was from earlier.
Okay, great. Okay, let's take our break and reconvene at 3 o'clock for the process and evaluation guidelines. If any questions come to you during the break, please don't hesitate to put them in the Q&A and we can either answer them if there's time at the end or type in answers. Thanks everyone for your attention.
Hi, everyone. Looks to me like it's 3 o'clock. We'll give maybe another minute or two for people to jump back on before we get started again on our next topic. Okay, well, hope we have everyone back from break. We are going to get started on our next topic, which is the draft 2023 to 2025 WMP process and evaluation guidelines. And we'll also be discussing the schedule during this block of time. We'll get started with the presentation. We're going to start out with the process and evaluation guidelines and then move to the schedule. So Colin, go ahead and move to the next slide. You can go, yeah, presentation overview. So like I said, we're gonna look at the process and evaluation guidelines, including an overview, looking at the structure and table of contents, talking a little bit about the content and discussing notable changes from prior years. And then move on to talk about the WMP schedule, including an overview, and then a look at the draft schedule that was just published on Friday. And then, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my video on. There we go. And then lastly, we're gonna talk, as I mentioned earlier today, about the 2023 to 2025 WMP submittal template. Next slide. Okay, so starting with the process and evaluation guidelines. Next slide. These were published on September 19th. They were attachment 2 to the cover letter that all in the package that also included the technical guidelines. So hopefully they did not get overlooked at the end of that 500+ page document. It's similar to the technical guidelines and really most of the things that we've published thus far. Opening comments are due on October 26th, and we appreciate and look forward to your feedback. Next slide. So the structure of this document, so this kind of pulls together a number of pieces that were not always in the same place previously and were not necessarily previously issued as guidelines. So we wanted to issue these this year officially as guidelines, all in the same place, to kind of talk about our processes and procedures, and so that everyone will first of all have an opportunity to issue comment on all of those things, and then also have them all in one place, from here forward, whenever you have a question related to process and procedures. The introduction section just gives a quick overview of the purpose of the document. The 3-year WMP process, section 2, has 3 sections. It talks about the base WMP, which is this year, the utilities will be submitting their base WMPs. Also talks about conceptually a WMP update, which happens in the off years of the 3-year cycle. And then talks about the year ahead process, which we're going to actually look at a little bit more closely in the future slides. Section 3 talks about the maturity survey and the requirements for the utilities to submit those, and what happens if they need an extension. Section 4 talks, this is a more detailed section, talks a lot about our energy safety's evaluation process. Included in that section are details about the new this year completion, pre-submission and completion check process that we'll talk about a little bit more later. Also talks about what happens if there's an incomplete WMP, errata, revision notices, workshops, comments on the WMP and comments on revision notices, or revision notice responses, I should say, draft decisions and public comments, and then the conceptually the final decision. So that is a pretty long and involved section. Then Section 5 contains our WMP evaluation criteria. I believe this in the past has existed within our decisions, but I think it actually has also been in the guidelines in the past as well, but we're including this in this document this time as well. And that talks about the criteria, the inputs, and the process for the approval or denial of a WMP. Section 6 is public participation and feedback on the WMPs, including how to access the docket and submitting comments and noticing of workshops. Section 7 is details what happens for data requests from energy safety, which I'm not sure if we've ever spelled out before. They're all processes that were in place before, but we didn't spell them out as a part of the guidelines. Section 8 talks about data requests from stakeholders, which I believe is new this year, and we'll talk a little bit more about that on the next couple slides. Section 9 is document maintenance, which includes posting the WMPs on the utility websites and as well as the data request logs. Section 10 is the Electrical Corporation WMP submission information. So this includes the format the submission should be in, accessibility, a little bit more about the pre-submissions, naming conventions, and then the data submissions and service and publication of WMPs. Section 11 is the schedule, and that in this context of this document basically just says we will release a schedule, and that the schedule might be updated. We will release a schedule each year, and that the schedule might be updated along the way. Section 12 talks about change orders. So this is something that we've previously kind of released separately from the guidelines, and we're rolling that in this year to cover change order requests for 2023. Well, actually for 2023, 24, and 25, but specific for 2023 and 24. And it details the purpose of the change order request, criteria, the submission requirements, and how we energy safety will evaluate those change order requests. Then lastly, WMP updates. This section is it basically says, this is our future intention for WMP updates. It doesn't provide a whole lot of detail, but we did want to provide the electrical corporations with kind of a sneak preview of what we're planning to do in the future regarding WMP updates. We do not have a very specific plan yet, but we wanted to, the main purpose of including it in this document is to just be clear that this base WMP is a 3-year WMP that covers 2023, 24, and 25. And while in the past, there has been a lot of latitude in providing those WMP updates, we are hoping that in the future, the base year plans will thoroughly cover the 3 years and that the updates will be more discrete than they have been in the past. There we go, that's the structure. Let's move to the next slide. Content. So this document establishes guidelines outlining the process for disposition of WMPs, details the public participation process, details the submission requirements. These guidelines will remain in effect for the 2023 to 2025 WMP 3-year cycle. We do anticipate that there'll be updates to this document in 2023 pertaining to the WMP update years, beginning with the 2024 submissions. Next slide. A few notable changes from prior years. I mentioned before the year ahead process. So this is covered in section 2.3. So in the past, for example, this year, we've had the utilities submit the WMP that covers the same calendar year that they are submitting the WMP. So if the utility submits in February 2022, the WMP covers, the update for 2022. When energy safety issues our final decision, 2022 is generally more than halfway over. So we are trying to get a year ahead so that our decisions will be more impactful for the utilities, future planning. In order to do that, our plan is to evaluate this coming year, I should say closely, the 2023 and 2024 plans for the WMP. Of course, we'll also be evaluating 2025 since this is a base year and we're doing all 3 years. But our decision in 2023, our plan is that our decision would approve or deny the Electrical Corporation's WMP for both 2023 and 2024. That way, in 2024, the utilities would submit an update for 2025, and that would finally get us a year ahead so that those decisions would come out, mid to in summer or fall of 2024, approving or denying the 2025 update ahead of 2025. Second bullet point here, completeness check and pre-submission, which is covered in section 4.1. So we have internally been doing a completeness check when the WMP submissions come in. And we often have found that there's missing information. We have to go back and forth with the utility in order to acquire that information or potentially reject the WMP outright because it doesn't contain all the required information from the guidelines. We are proposing to put into place this year or starting in 2023, a process whereby we get a look at what the utility is intending to submit, look it over for completeness, and be able to communicate to the utility, hey, you missed this part, or hey, this table's blank, et cetera. Give the utility a chance to update their WMP before they turn in their final submission. We're hoping and anticipating that this will make for a smoother process such that when the final WMP submission comes in, it's complete and we can hit the ground running with our evaluation and not have as much back and forth at the beginning of that evaluation period. Lastly, here is data requests from stakeholders, which is covered in section 8 of the process and evaluation guidelines. And this is a process where stakeholders can request and receive, or I should say, where anybody can request and receive designation as a stakeholder. And once designated as a stakeholder, that enables that entity to send data requests to the utilities and receive responses in a timely manner as is laid out in the process and evaluation guidelines. Next slide. Okay, moving on to the WMP schedule. Quick overview. This was published on Friday, this past Friday, October 14th. Hopefully you all got to take a look already. This is not a guidelines document. The guidelines, as I mentioned before, the guidelines for the schedule are included in the process and evaluation guidelines, and they just basically say a schedule will be issued separately. Comments on the schedule are also due on October 26th. Since this isn't a guidelines document, we don't have that 30-day requirement for public comment, but we don't have any requirement for public comment, but we definitely would like to receive input and recommendations. Next slide. So here is the first portion, slide 1 of 2 of the schedule. As we heard earlier today, that December 16th date is when Energy Safety would electronically distribute the maturity survey to the electrical corporations. And then at the end of January is when that maturity survey would be due. The Q4 data would come in on February 1st as, kind of separately from the WMP, that Q4 data would be coming in on February 1st. But this will include data that we will be making use of in our WMP evaluation. And I'll refer you again to the WMP data guidelines that were just published on Friday for more specifics on that. February 13th is when the large IOU WMPs pre-submissions would be due. We're proposing this year to have all of the large IOUs. That is the same 3 IOUs we've been considering large IOUs for past submissions, PG&E, SE, and SDG&E. Those would all come in on February 13th. Energy Safety would have 3 weeks to review that and issue a completeness check result saying, yes, this looks good. This should be what your final submittal looks like, or you're missing, XYZ information that we need to have you include in your final submittal. Similarly, on that same day that we issue our completeness check results, the SMGs and ITOs will submit their pre-submission WMP, and we'll have 3 weeks to review that as well before issuing the completeness check. Then as soon as we issue the completeness check for that, the large IOUs will have had 3 weeks to correct anything that needs correcting from their pre-submissions and submit their WMPs. Laid out in the process and evaluation guidelines are the deadlines for submission of substantive errata and non-substantive errata that are listed here. We plan to have a 2-day workshop for the large IOUs sometime in mid-April. And we would be noticing that at least 10 days in advance. Next slide, Colin. And then we move on to the substantive errata for the smalls, as well as the workshop, which would just be 1 day for the smalls. And then we do have opening comments and reply comments due for the large IOUs and then the smalls. New this year, we're giving you an approximation of when we anticipate having revision notices out for those utilities, for those large IOUs that require revision notices. That would be at the end of June. Then by mid-July, we'll issue draft decisions for the large IOUs that do not have revision notices. We also have on the calendar the end of July and early August for revision notices or draft decisions for the smalls. You'll notice that we do not have draft decision dates or comment period dates for the revision notice responses and the decisions for the final, the draft decisions for those IOUs that do receive revision notices. And ultimately, that's just going to depend on, the complexity of the revision notices and how long it will take the utilities to submit the response and how long it would take us and stakeholders to review. So as you can see on that last sentence, that those timelines will be published within the revision notices for any utilities that receive revision notices. Next slide. We talked briefly this morning about the 2023 to 2025 WMP submittal template. Next slide. So we initially thought that we would be publishing a submittal template for comment for a 30-day comment period and review for the public and for stakeholders. However, as we got more into developing that submittal template, we realized that what was actually happening is it was basically just a Word version of the technical guidelines with some extraneous language removed, for example, the introduction section. So what we're planning to do instead is make a Word version of the technical guidelines available by request with some of that extraneous language removed that would kind of serve as a submittal template. And this would just be available for the final version of the guidelines. We don't want the confusion to exist between what was in the draft and what was in the final when we produce that Word version. This document is not going to be subject to public comments because the requirements will be absolutely identical to the final WMP technical guidelines. But we will, because we previously stated that we would be publishing a submittal template for review and comment. We'll publish a written notice with the update that I'm just describing to you right now, and that should go out within the next week or two. Next slide. Okay, so we're on to questions, and we did similarly to the other sections, we received some pre-submittal questions that Colin's going to pull up on the screen for us. And I will first go through the pre-submittal questions and provide as many answers as I'm able. And then we will move on to the Q&A portion.
Just give me 1 second, Susie.
No problem.
And Susie, I'm on as well, so I can also.
Oh,
wait
great.
if needed.
Thanks, Melissa. Okay, so some of these questions, a number of questions related to the schedule, which was not published at the time that these questions were due. So hopefully people have had a chance to review the schedule, but I'll go through all the questions regardless. When are the remaining packages of guidelines expected to be released? Can we share timelines for some of those things? So at this point, we've released all the guidelines and related documents in draft form, with the exception of that submission template, which we just discussed and are not planning to release. So everything is currently out for your review. Second question, when will IOUs receive the draft template and schedule? I think we covered that already. Does the schedule account for the new expanded guidelines, ACIs, and the need for detailed targets over additional years? So the schedule was published on Friday. Submission template will be available upon request starting the day after the adoption meeting for the final guidelines. And basically the schedule is developed in an effort to balance the time it takes the utilities to produce the WMP given the new guidelines, and also balancing how the time that energy safety needs to evaluate the WMP. I should say WMPs. Question number 3, quarterly data report. What quarterly data reporting will the utilities need to make as a part of 2023 WMP and beyond? Beyond the QDR. So no quarterly data reporting requirements other than the QDR. We have rolled all of the reporting requirements throughout the year, except the WMP itself, into the QDR.
Yeah, just to emphasize, so the quarterly initiative updates, the QIUs, are now subsumed into the QDRs, and all data is coming in as part of that quarterly data report, except for the targets, which will be included in the WMP itself, but everything else will only occur in the QDR.
And thanks, Melissa. As I mentioned this morning, we're kind of trying to streamline and take as much data as possible out of the WMP and into the QDRs. Also trying to reduce the repetition of data between the WMPs and the QDRs. There are, as Melissa mentioned, some discrete places where the data will live in the WMP. For one, the targets, and then there are other places where we felt like for the public or anyone who's reading their WMP, that it would be useful to have some additional information for context. Question number 4, will the pre-submission process have a deadline before a standard WMP submission deadline that has typically occurred in February? So as you can see from the schedule, the pre-submissions for the large utilities are in mid-February, for the smalls in early March. So we tried to keep those pre-submission dates comparable to when the standard submission dates had been, with the exception of the fact that this past year in 2022, we had the smalls submit significantly later. And we're not doing that this year. Number 5, can energy safety describe the process, further details, timeline for the pre-submission process and completeness check? Question from SDG&E. So the process is described in section 4.1 of the WMP process and evaluation guidelines. The timeline, as we said, was released on Friday. I'm not sure if there's more. There's another similar question to this. I'm not sure if there's a more specific question regarding the process and details of the pre-submission process. Once we get through the pre-submitted questions, if you still have questions remaining about the pre-submission process, please raise your hand or put it in the Q&A, and we can do our best to answer. Number 6, considering the size of a WMP submission, potential time and resources required to make the submission ADA accessible, asking, can the utilities be allowed to complete the ADA accessibility in the public filing, or in the final, it says public, but I think they mean final filing of the WMP, which begins the statutory timeline. So good question. We will take that under consideration and look at whether we can change that or not, and we'll clarify in the final process and evaluation guidelines. Will the pre-submission version be public or confidential? So the pre-submission version will be public. If the Electrical Corporation WMP has confidential components, then similar to the WMP itself, for the pre-submission, you'll need to submit 2 versions, a public version and a confidential version. Number 8, if data request responses have to be ADA compliant, could energy safety either extend the 3-day response time or allow a later submission for ADA accessible versions? Good question. We'll look into it and consider whether we're able to do that. Number 9, are we able to submit MS Word documents instead of PDF and still be ADA compliant? I'm not clear if this question, and this is for number 10 either. Also, I'm not sure if the question relates specifically to data request responses or if this relates to the WMP submission. Overall, we'll look into the question of, if you can submit something besides a PDF and have it be ADA compliant. I know that there's a way to make, PowerPoint, for example, ADA compliant. I believe that that's true of Word as well, but we can look into that further and let you know. Number 10, can we submit documents in multiple submissions, Word, PDF, PowerPoint, etc., instead of together as one submission? So again, and hopefully we can get some clarification on this. I wasn't sure if this was referring to data request responses. If it's referring to data request responses, then the answer is yes. We would prefer to have your responses in whatever format makes the most sense, particularly when this relates to Excel files. We do not want a PDF document of an Excel file. We would much prefer to have the Excel file itself. If that refers to data request responses, then that's the case. If the question is referring to WMPs, we do need a complete WMP and PDF format for the public record. We could consider if Appendix B should potentially be a separate PDF from the main WMP to make it small, to make the WMP itself smaller, and or if perhaps it would make sense for utilities to file additional documents in Excel, PowerPoint, whatever format was the initial format of the Appendix B documentation. And we're open to feedback on this question. We can discuss it today, or you can address it in your comments. And then I think this is the last question regarding schedule. For the first, when will we provide the schedule? It was released on Friday. Part B, can we provide clarity on the pre-submittal process? Again, this is detailed in section 4.1 in the process and evaluation guidelines. I'm not sure if there's a specific question, but if there is, we can go over that in the Q&A following this question. And then part C, clarity on planning years for each WMP submission. So this is at least mostly covered in table 1 of the process and evaluation guides, which is in section 2.3. So the basic structure is that in 2023, the utilities would submit a 2023 to 2025 base WMP that covers those 3 years. As I mentioned before, Energy Safety would evaluate all 3 years, but would approve or deny the plan for 2023 and 2024, all in the 2023 decision. Then in 2024, the utilities would submit their 2025 WMP update. Then in 2025, this is projecting out a bit far, but what we would currently anticipate is that in 2025 that the utilities would submit a 2026 to 2028 3-year base WMP. We have received comments from Cal Advocates, from the CPUC, and we've also talked internally about the concept of trying to match up or I shouldn't say match up, but take into account the GRC cycles for the utilities in determining when the WMP, the base WMP was submitted. So that is something we're looking at and seeing if it makes sense. We also, the GRCs are on a 4-year cycle, the WMPs are on a 3-year cycle, so that makes that concept a bit tricky. Another thing that we have contemplated and also received comments and requests for is to stagger the base WMP submissions from the IOUs. So for example, PG&E's base WMP would come in 2026, SCE in 2027, SDG&E in 2028, something like that. And that is something that we're considering. Currently, we appreciate having the ability to compare across utilities when the base WMPs come in, but all of those things are on the table, and you're welcome to comment on them. We won't be making any decisions on the what's happening in 2025 until at least 2023, if not later. That is all of the pre-submitted questions. Let's move over to
Susie,
the
before you move, I just
Yep.
want a couple of things on here. I just want to, in terms of, there's a lot of questions about ADA. I feel like I'm going to channel some of our internal folks here that it's not ADA compliant. There's a particular California code, which I do not have in front of me, but that is the code that you're being compliant to. It's not the American Disabilities Act. It's just important to have that nuance in place. We do tend to say ADA accessible as shorthand, but it is a particular piece of California code that I believe is cited in our regulations. And then as far as data requests go, data requests are not formally filed. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that they live on the utilities websites and they do submit them to Energy Safety. And they submit a weekly report that is formally filed as part of our docket card, but the data request responses themselves live on the website. And so I would definitely want to just run this by our legal to confirm, but my sense would be that that our data request responses are not bound by that ADA compliance.
Thanks, Melissa. And yes, it is in the process and evaluation guidelines of government code. It refers you to government code 7405, which if you look up 7405, the California code, it basically then refers you to the section 508 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act. So the California code is basically saying you need to comply with the federal code. And that's about all I know on that. I'll let the legal experts figure out more than that. Okay, let's jump into some of the questions on the Q&A. We'll do our best to answer. Henry Burton from Cal Advocates asks, in the process and evaluation guidelines part 2.2, it says the updates are not, quote, not intended to include major changes to strategic direction unless based on a new understanding of risk. And asks, please describe what you mean by a new understanding of risk. So this phrase is similar to what's in our change order guidelines. And that's a good point that I don't think we have like a very specific definition of new understanding of risk. Some examples that I would give is, if for example, a utility realizes that there is a significant error or significant assumption that is not correct in their risk model, and then in correcting those errors or assumptions, rerun the model, and there's a completely new output, then the utility now has a new understanding of where their riskiest areas might be. Other things could relate to, drastic changes in something related to the service territory or to, the climate in California or in the utility service territory. I'm sorry that I'm not giving a very specific definition. We can work on that, and we would also definitely appreciate any suggestions or recommendations in your comments. Melissa, do you have anything else you want to add on that?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things to reiterate here is that was just a starting point. We will be releasing guidelines related to the updates that are going to provide more specifics. Not this year, but we will be releasing as soon as possible those guidelines. And so we will add more information in. To Susie's point, certainly recommend or welcome any comments or recommendations on language, but just know that more information will be coming on those update years.
Let me just mark that one as answered. Okay, next question also from Henry of Cal Advocates. Part 4.1 describes a completeness check process. Part 4.4.1 says that energy safety will review WMPs for sufficiency and may issue a revision notice if the utility did not provide sufficient information, which is supposed to be different from the completeness check. Please describe the intended relationship. Thank you. That's a great question. So the completeness check, we have 3 weeks from when we receive the WMP to when we issue the determination on the completeness check. So our goal during that period is to make sure that there is an answer in places that utilities are required to have an answer, that all of the sections are filled out, all of the tables are filled out, that when a utility has been asked for an objective or a target, that there are numbers in those boxes. It's a fairly cursory check to make sure that everything that is asked for in the guidelines is provided. We do not have time within those 3 weeks to ensure that the answer is a sufficient answer. The first 3-week check is a somewhat extended version of, is there text in this box? And then later we actually read the text and determine, is that sufficient information for us to complete our evaluation? And if the answer is no, that we don't have sufficient information to complete our evaluation, then that's an instance where we could issue a revision notice. Henry, feel free to raise your hand or chime in if you want any additional detail. Okay, next question from Nick Neuer. Given that the number of questions in the survey has gone up 5 times, I'm assuming the maturity survey, we feel that it would be in everyone's best interest to allow additional time in the schedule to appropriately address each question. Is energy safety open to providing additional time in the schedule? That is additional time to align with the final WMP submittal date. Yes, we are definitely open to comments and recommendations on the schedule, the draft schedule that we released. If you could, we have this, written here and we will consider it, but if you also put that in your written comments, that would be helpful.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, if we did add additional time in the proposed schedule already, so if it's above and beyond what's already in there, please do let us know that in written comments, but it is more time than has been given in previous years to complete the survey.
Another question from Henry Burton from Cal Advocates. Part 2.3 addresses year ahead submissions. Roughly when during the year does energy safety envision that the year ahead submissions will take place? The Public Advocates Office definitely supports moving WMP submissions into the previous calendar year, and we've recommended this several times. Thank you for the recommendation. We're happy to recommend it back to you. However, submitting a full year in advance, submitting a 2025 plan in February 2024 would probably present challenges for program planning. In the past, we've recommended a WMP submission in the August to September period, which would allow energy safety to issue a decision by the end of the calendar year. That's a great point. I think we were originally envisioning submittals in the February-March timeframe to allow, if in the event that there is a revision notice, to allow the decision to come out, in the August to September type timeframe. But again, we are open to recommendations. One thing to keep in mind is that the decision for at least as the guidelines are written right now for safety certifications, our decision from that same calendar year is what would play into the safety certification for that calendar year. So for example, if a utility is submitting a safety certification in September 2024, that they would ideally have their determination on their WMP update by that time in 2024. But again, open to recommendations and input. Another question from Henry, part 4.3 addresses errata. I understand the intention of setting a 10-day deadline for substantive errata. This is a good goal. We certainly don't want to receive major errata shortly before we file a comment, since that could change our analysis or recommendations. However, errata are sometimes unforeseeable. If the utility does discover an error after the 10-day deadline has passed, what should the utility do? That's a great question. Melissa, do you have an answer on that one?
I don't. I mean, it seems like that might be something we need to consider, some sort of process to request to be able to submit errata, and some sort of approval or denial process on that. We have not contemplated that to date, so please put that in your comments, particularly if you have a recommendation on what that would look like. We'd be happy to see it. Our goal, of course, is to minimize this, but you raise a good point that we should probably have a process.
And I mean, also bearing in mind that there is the change order request. That is obviously different than errata, but there is also that ability to, after the fact, go back and change something through the change order request if necessary. Next question from Gary Chen is, will the template be ADA compliant? Yes, that is our goal, that the Word template that the submission template that we're providing upon request would be ADA compliant. From Sean Gahagan, sorry if I'm getting your last name wrong. Are the IOUs open to receive data requests during the pre-submission timeframe, or is the data request period limited to after the submission? I feel like we addressed this. Melissa, actually, do you know this answer offhand?
If you're granted stakeholder status, you can certainly ask data requests of the utilities. However, the 3-day time reply period is it only starts upon submission of the actual WMPs after the completeness check is done.
Next question from Henry at Cal Advocates. Part 12.1 states that change order requests are meant to seek changes to an, quote, approved WMP. Why are change orders based on the approved WMP rather than the submitted WMP? The utility sometimes makes meaningful changes to its plan between the original submission and the approval, for example, in errata in response to a revision notice or in response to data requests. Shouldn't change orders reflect all changes to the submitted WMP? So just a clarification, and maybe we need to clarify our language in the final version of these guidelines a little bit more. The intention is that the change order request would be made on whatever the approved version of the WMP is. The approved version of the WMP would include any errata and any revision notice responses. So we actually have already discussed, and we're contemplating including this in the final, that once a utility had an approved WMP from Energy Safety, that they would be required to then submit a complete WMP that includes all errata and all revision notice responses within that WMP. So there would be a final document that represented all of the things that you're encompassing here. I think that would address your question. But again, if you have specific suggestions, we'd love to hear them in your comments or here today. And if I didn't answer your question, feel free to raise your hand. Holly from Cal Advocates, section 2.2 says that updates are not intended to include major changes to strategic direction unless based on a new understanding of risk. How does Energy Safety define a new understanding of risk? How substantial must the new understanding be to justify a change to strategic direction? Great question. We already talked about the first portion of that previously. The question about how substantial must the new understanding be is a great question that we don't really have a specific answer to yet. And similar to what Melissa said previously, we won't be adopting these anything specific for the WMP update years until 2023. So we'd love to hear your recommendations here in this set of comments, and there will also be additional opportunities to comment once we have more specific plans in place in 2023. Anonymous attendee, will you be providing answers to these previously submitted questions and writing it all? We're moving through these so quickly, it's hard to keep up with the answers. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. We will not be preparing written answers to this. However, we are recording this and we will be posting a link to this Zoom webinar on our website. You can go back and listen to it as many times as you want to. Hopefully you'll be able to capture anything that you weren't able to quickly write down. If that does not work and you still have, remaining questions, especially if it's a discrete question like, hey, I know you provided an answer to this one, but I couldn't quite get down what it is, feel free to let us know and we'll do our best to help you out. Holly from Cal Advocates, in section 2.3, the year ahead process, roughly when in 2024 does energy safety expect to require the 2025 WMP updates to be filed? I think we already addressed this, that it's an open question. We were anticipating a similar timeline as the WMPs have been filed, but we are open to recommendations. Lena McMillan, is the expectation for IOUs to submit a complete WMP on February 13th. That's for the large IOUs pre-submission, and then again on March 27th, which is the large IOUs final submission. What is occurring for the 6 weeks in between the two submission dates? Great question. So what's occurring in between is that for 3 weeks, Energy Safety is evaluating the pre-submission, and then for 3 weeks, the IOU has an opportunity to update anything that Energy Safety has directed the utility to update based on the pre-submission. We will, and I'm not sure if this is entirely clear in the draft, but our intention is that the utilities will not be able to update anything beyond what we, Energy Safety, are saying is missing when we make the determination on the pre-submittal. So if the determination on the pre-submittal at that 3 week mark is, yep, you're good, you got it all, then we would expect to see the exact same submission on that March 27th date. I guess that does bring up the question of, well, then should the utility submit it, 3 weeks in advance? But, based on our schedule, we will at that point be evaluating the small utilities and ITOs pre-submission. So we, Energy Safety, wouldn't really have a chance to turn to those final WMPs. So that also plays into why we kept those 3 weeks, even for utilities that have a complete WMP on their pre-submittal. From Holly at Cal Advocates, 4.3 puts limits on when WMP errata can be filed. What happens if a utility discovers a major oversight after these deadlines, when they can no longer file errata? I think we already answered that one as well. And the answer was, we're not sure, but your recommendations and to your comments, and we will try and make a policy on that. Gary Chen, the question regarding Word versus PDF applied to both DR responses and WMP. The reason it is much easier to make a Word document ADA compliant. Okay, understood. We do need the WMPs to be in PDF so that at least we need a version of the WMP to be in PDF, so it's clear that we or someone else didn't go in and make a change to it, either intentionally or unintentionally. So we do need these PDF versions. It's a good question that we can look into of perhaps the utilities would submit both a PDF version that is not as digitally accessible and a Word version that is more digitally accessible if that was the utility's preference. So that's something that we can put on our list of questions. From Henry at Cal Advocates, section 13.1 says the utility should justify any substantial changes to risk prioritization. Could you clarify what this means? How would you draw the line between a minor update and a substantial change? And a related question for the utilities, how frequently is each utility concurrently updating its wildfire risk model? Good question. I think we sort of addressed this previously in terms of substantial changes. Again, we don't have a specific definition of that, we'd love input on that if you have it to provide. And this language wouldn't go into effect until 2024, really. So, it's something that we'll be working to clarify throughout 2023 and looking to stakeholders to help us with. The question for the utilities, how frequently is each utility currently updating its wildfire risk model? I would assume that the utilities are very frequently updating their wildfire risk model, but I don't know how many of those updates are resulting in substantial or really any changes in the prioritization in their risk prioritization and the circuits that they're prioritizing. But maybe if we have time at the end of the session, we can have the utilities weigh in to answer that question as well. Gary Chen asks, parties can't submit DRs based on the pre-submission, correct? So I think we already answered this. The parties can submit if a
I just want to clarify, we as stakeholders, not parties. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, so if a stakeholder has, submitted the request and is designated as a stakeholder and is therefore able to submit a data request to the electrical corporations, then they would be able to submit it based on the pre-submission. However, the 3-day turnaround time would not apply until the final submission occurred. And again, these answers are me answering based on our draft and our intention, and we're open to recommendations and comments on all of this. Daniel Butler from SDG&E, I believe they're referring to AFN rather than ADA. Is it for the AFN? I think that the ADA, that people are referring to ADA were meaning digitally accessible documents. But I'm not sure. Please chime in if that's not what you were referring to.
No, this was in regards to a question, a topic that was brought up earlier, about half an hour ago, but got brought up a little bit late. Sorry about that.
No problem. We're lots of questions. Didn't get down to yours until now. Okay, question from Lana. Perhaps I missed it, but when are the 2023 technical guidelines going to be finalized and released for the WMP? So thus far, we have just said later this year. We've also given the December 16th date for the maturity survey being sent to the utilities, with the knowledge that there will be a final version of the maturity survey enough before then that we have time on the back end to create the survey. So, that narrows us down to, probably late November. That's our goal. I think really we can't say for certain because we need to see what how extensive the comments are, and how extensive the changes are going to be between draft and final based on the comments. So our goal would be to get it out, the final guidelines for many, if not all, of the documents that we've released in draft form by the end of November, but I can't give you a definitive date yet. Nisha asks, regarding part 1 of today's workshop, technical guidelines. Throughout the draft guidelines, especially in section 7, there are many references to Appendix B. However, it isn't specific to which section page number of Appendix B, and Appendix B is a big section with large number of requirements. Can this be further clarified in the next update? We thank you for that suggestion. We will look at that and see if that's something that we can do between the draft and the final. Jed asks, with respect to the pre-submission process, is the expectation that the WMP pre-submission is the final complete WMP, or would utilities be expected to continue working on and refining their WMPs after the pre-submission? Assuming the pre-submission is deemed to be complete, would the final still need to be submitted later? I think we already answered this one. We're expecting that the pre-submittal to be what the utilities are thinking of as their final complete WMP, and then Energy Safety will let them know if there's anything missing, and if so, they will have an opportunity to fill in those gaps. Someone from Reclaim Our Power, appreciate the effort to no longer have plans being decided on while they're operating or while the IOUs are not meeting the plans as they're in operation, and also very much agree with connecting with the timing of the GRCs to the WMPs. I'm wondering, in the year with the extended plan that covers 2 years, whether there will be an evaluation of how the IOUs are doing on their plans and an opportunity for accountability, public eyes on that process. Yes, so that is our, for those 2 years, it actually is technically 3 years, and that's the guidelines that were, and we have a draft form right now, will be finalized later this year. The utilities will submit their WMPs in early 2023, and then that triggers the start of our energy safety evaluation process, which also incorporates a public process. So there are, in that schedule that we looked at, there are multiple opportunities for the public and stakeholders to weigh in on the WMPs. We have workshops where the IOUs present their plan, and there's an opportunity for public to ask questions and present any challenges, comments, etc. And then there's also comment periods. There's a comment period for the WMP. If the utilities issued a revision notice, there's a comment period for once the utility responds to the revision notice. The revision notice is us, energy safety, saying, hey, you missed this or that, we need you to revise your WMP with these specific things. Then the utility would submit a revision notice response, and the public has a chance to weigh in on the response. And then the last opportunity for the, or I shouldn't say the last, the next opportunity for public to weigh in is on energy safety decision, which we will be publishing, throughout 2023. There'll be draft decisions for each IOU, and the public will have an opportunity to weigh in on those as well. And then lastly, and this is perhaps more cursory, after energy safety adopts the decision, then the commission also votes out the final decision, and there's an opportunity to comment on the commission process as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Susie, I think they're I think they're talking about actually how they're doing on implementing their plan. Not so much.
Gotcha.
So
okay. Okay.
So how they're doing, that's how I'm interpreting what Reclaim Our Power is saying here. And we have a whole compliance process, which, we do have public elements to, including the annual reports on compliance, which, and of course, the utilities are also submitting their quarterly data. That includes how they're doing on implementing. What was the quarterly initiative updates, which is now rolled into the quarterly data reports, includes all of the data about how the utilities are doing towards meeting their targets and their goals in their WMP. So to the extent, that there's a particular request for making that more public in a way than it already is, please do let us know. But we do assess compliance to the WMPs. That is part of our process.
Thanks for weighing in on that, Melissa. Question from Kyle. Understood that further guidance is forthcoming on the updates, but wanted to ask here for consideration. The schedule guidelines state that energy safety will evaluate and approve or deny each electrical corporation's WMP for both 2023 and 2024 in its 2023 WMP decisions. That's correct. Will utilities have an opportunity to submit potential changes to 2024 program targets, expenditures, and potentially other items not specifically covered in the change order process for review and approval for the 2024 year? This would allow for the incorporation of factors that may influence the 2024 targets provided in the base 2023 WMP submission. For example, changes in customer participation, resource constraints, operational practices. Good question, and you have accurately captured what our intention was in the draft process and evaluation guidelines. The intention being that we make that decision for 2023 and 24, and then if there is an approved WMP, that the utility could come back in through the change order process to make changes to 2023 and 2024. And the change orders would be available, I think it's through November 1st of 2024. However, Kyle has, accurately represented that the change order process is not available for all changes. It's only available for changes that fit into a specific category. So that's a good question for our consideration. We had not, in the draft, we had not anticipated we had not contemplated that there would be an opportunity to make those changes outside of the change order process, but that is something that we can consider. So if you have a suggestion as to how to potentially, or a recommendation for how to potentially make that happen, we are happy to listen to that, either here or in your comments. Just keeping in mind that, in 2024, we, Energy Safety and the public and stakeholders, will be working on evaluating the 2025 updates. And so, what we're trying to avoid is having to then reevaluate 2024 in 2024 when we're also evaluating the 2025 update. So with that in mind, we are open to suggestion. Sujit asks, given that the 2023 WMP could possibly not be approved until late in 2023, should there be a process to enable a change order to a submitted but not approved 2023 WMP? So we did touch on this before, and it is something that we've talked about internally. And the conclusion that we came to internally is that basically, if we're still evaluating the WMP, that it would be difficult to keep receiving changes and then, have to potentially pivot and say, oh, well, we thought it was X, but now it's Z. So what do we think about it now? And that also applies to the public and stakeholders who are issuing comments. I think public advocates, also mentioned, what if there's a change order or a errata or something that comes in the day before comments are due, then it's not really possible for those stakeholders in the public to include that change in their comments. So that was our rationale for why we wanted to wait until there was an approved WMP. Again, if you have a different solution that would allow all of us to evaluate updates without having to completely pivot, and from what we were already evaluating, then we're open to that recommendation. With regard to responding to data requests, is there a cutoff time after which a business day would not be counted against us? For example, that is, if an IOU receives a data request after 3 p.m. that day would not count as the first business day. So I believe, I'm not sure if this is in the process and evaluation guidelines. If it's not, we can add it in, but we consider 5 p.m. the close of business. So if we submit a data request at 4:59, then it is considered that business day. If we submit it at 5:01, it's considered the next business day. I don't remember what happens if we submit it at 5 p.m. I think 5 p.m. counts as that business day and 5:01 is the next, but we will make sure, we'll work to clarify that in the final version.
I think that's something just we should, please offer comments on though, because I think that's a fair point that if we are submitting something at 3 o'clock and then saying that that's day one of the 3-day response period, we've essentially removed a day to respond. So, I think that's a fair point to try to work through.
Yeah, and we can talk about this internally as well, and we're open to suggestions, but also bear in mind that the time that the response is required is also 5 p.m. on the the business day that the response is due. So in my mind, it would bring up the question, if we're required to submit the request by 3 p.m., then is the utility required to respond by 3 p.m. So feel free to put that in your comments. Kyle asked, will the templates all be word-based, or will there be some Excel tables for various tables also included in the templates? Our intention was to have the template be word-based. The data, this is just for the WMP, not for the data guidelines. The data guidelines, I believe, are Excel-based, but if I'd have to do a close look of, the guidelines and see if there's anything that would make more sense to be in Excel. But if you, Kyle, or anyone else has a recommendation for a specific table that you think would be more helpful to have it in Excel, we are open to that as well. Nick asks, will the WMP submission due dates be pushed out if the finalization of the WMP technical guidelines are delayed? I think it would, the answer is it depends. It would depend on, how long it was delayed. We do understand that this is a whole new set of guidelines, and particularly if there were significant changes between the draft and the final version, that's a time that we would, if there were significant changes between the draft and the final version and the finalization was delayed, then, we would consider pushing out the submission dates. We're also, kind of bumping up against that deadline of trying to get all of those decisions out, in the year that they're submitted. And the later that they're submitted, the harder that is to do. So just trying to balance all of that in the schedule. Will the maturity survey, all questions be due annually? Yes, the maturity survey with all questions will be due annually. Day received is day zero, correct? I was trying to remember that as well. I was thinking day received is day zero, but I'm not. We should double check that and clarify. Melissa, do you know?
That's what I was bringing up. If day received is not day zero, then we have shortened it by a day. So I think we need to clarify that. I know that I could never. This is always seems to be a hard one, and it varies depending on the agency. So let us clarify that and get back to you.
I was thinking day received is day zero, so it would be 72 hours from received. But we'll get back to you on that. And Henry said we've always treated the day of sending receipt as day zero.
I think that's
my
correct.
Experience in Cal Advocates as well. So I think
that's how it's definitely done at the commission. I just want to double check us on our end.
Yeah, we'll not just double check, but do our best to clarify that in the final process and evaluation guidelines. Can Energy Safety provide a template that would populate maturity levels for each question and scoring philosophy once the IOU selects the response? Oh, that would be great. I don't think we have that. I don't think we would have that tool ready by the time that we issued the maturity survey on December 16th. It's a great question and something we can potentially consider for the future. I doubt we'd be able to have that tool ready, but we can look into it. Okay, we made it through the Q&A, at least until someone types in a new question. Do we have any raised hands?
No raised hands.
Okay, well, we still have another, I think, 10 or more minutes in this session. So I'll just give it a second and let people look over their notes and see if there's anything that didn't get fully answered. Okay, I don't see any more questions. You can continue to type questions in as we're closing out if you think of anything additional. As we've said throughout the workshop, we're very much looking forward to receiving your comments and your input. We really appreciate the time that everyone has clearly taken with the guidelines documents that we've released thus far. And it's helpful to us to hear, what points need further clarification so we can start working on those, even before the comments come in. I hope that the workshop has been helpful to you all too. I'm going to close out this session, and I think I'm turning it over to Nathan to close out. Is that right, Nathan?
Yeah, I think you've kind of captured everything with your closing remarks. Thank you everyone for participating. We can hang on for maybe a couple more minutes in case there's any lingering questions for any of the segments from today. We do really appreciate everyone's taking their Monday to join us.
Okay, well, thank you everyone. And we will look forward to receiving your comments on October 26th.